Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Titusville City Council meeting on June 11th, 2019 at 6:30 p.m. We have a quorum. I will call this meeting to order. First order of business is an invocation. Do we have anyone in the audience that would like to say the invocation? Pastor, would you come up and introduce yourself? Pastor Linkus, please.
Hello there. Yeah, Pastor Jason Linkus, New Life Christian Fellowship. I'm honored to be here with you all.
Thank you.
And let's pray. If you bow your heads, Lord, we want to give you the praise and the honor today for being such an amazing Savior and such a great God who loves your people. Lord, I thank you for the city of Titusville and this Space Coast region that we live in. Lord, I thank you for the men and women that sit on this council, the mayor and the vice mayor and all the council members and the residents of this great city, Titusville. Lord, I pray that the families grow strong and relationships will be great. And as we look toward Father's Day, Lord, that families will come together. And this will be a place where people can grow strong and safe right here in Titusville, Florida. Lord, I pray that everything goes well tonight. There will be peace among the hearers and great decisions made for the future of this place. And we give you all the praise and glory in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Amen. Thank you, Pastor. If you will stand and join me in the pledge, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mayor, before we get to the minutes, I've got a few agenda items to adjust for council. Staff would like to withdraw 9A. We would like to move item 12C and item 16A up after the minutes, please.
Okay. We need a motion to that effect for
Yes, sir.
A and 16A and 12C. And do we need a motion, a separate motion? For
No, you can do them all together.
Okay, and to withdraw 9A.
Yes, sir.
Can I have a motion to that effect, please? I have a second. I have a motion to second. Any further discussion? All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Any opposed, like sign. Passes unanimously. Approval of minutes.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, sir.
I move to approve the minutes of the regular city council meeting on April 23rd, 2019, and May 14th, 2019.
I have a motion and a second. Any additions or corrections to the minutes? Seeing none, all those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Any opposed, like sign. Passes unanimously. Which item would
We'll
you?
do item 16A next, sir.
All right, item 16A. Which is the city attorney's report.
Yes, sir. 16A is under my report, and that's the engagement letter from Bond Counsel Rhonda Bond Collins. The city of Titusville would like to retain Attorney Rhonda Bond Collins of the Bryant Miller Olive Law Firm to act as bond counsel in connection with the issuance of water and sewer revenue refunding bonds, Series 2020, for the purpose of refunding the city's water and sewer revenue refunding bond, Series 2010. The engagement letter is attached to your agenda, setting forth the scope and terms of the engagement. Ms. Rhonda Bond Collins is present and here to answer any questions you may have, and at this time we're asking you to retain Ms. Collins for this engagement.
Ma'am, please come up. And just for the record, if you would, your name.
Yes, my name is Rhonda Bond Collins, and I'm a shareholder at the law firm of Bryant Miller Olive, and I have been practicing in the public finance arena for over 20 years, and I have worked previously with the city on previous tax-exempt financing that the city has done, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have about me, my firm, or the engagement letter.
Council, any questions? I see none. I thank you, and I just love the fact that your name is Bond and you are Bond Counsel.
My father knew something I didn't, so.
Yes, he set you up.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I see no questions. We need a motion.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, sir.
I move to accept and approve the engagement letter from bond counsel Rhonda Bond Collins of the Bryant Miller Olive Law Firm.
Do I have a second? Second. I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Any opposed, like sign. Passes unanimously.
Yes, sir. Mayor, we are now on item 12C,
12C.
and I'll go ahead and introduce the item. The city solicited proposals for health plan administrative services under RFP 19P030 on February 12, 2019. 16 firms out of 396 that were notified obtained the RFP package. The city received 5 responses from Aetna, Cigna, Humana, Florida Healthcare, and HealthSmart that were opened on 21 March 2019. The staff recommends that the city council approve the award of the contract subject to resolution of contract terms by the city attorney and city manager to Aetna to provide health plan administrative services. The projected annual cost of the ASO is an estimated $166,104.12. Ms. Jan Bush is here. Should you have any questions, along with Mr. Joe De Niro.
Good evening, ma'am. Firstly, do you have a presentation of any kind?
Yeah, just quickly, Mr. Mayor, council members, good evening. Joining me is Jan Bush, who helped us with the selection process. And I'd like for her to summarize the process that we went through. She validated some of the financials, as well as working with Aetna in terms of, where we're going from here in regards to the plan design. So I'm going to let Jan speak to that.
Okay. Good evening. It's great
Good
to be
evening.
here. Thank you for having me back again. Can you hear me okay? So in February, we released an RFP. We worked with staff and we worked with purchasing to put together a solicitation for the third-party administrator of your self-funded health plan. And as summarized here, it was sent out through the public procurement process. Once those were returned, we have a worksheet with several different components that we measure and score. So we put it out, and then we do a side-by-side analysis of Cigna and Aetna and Humana and Florida, the 5 proposers that were responsive to the RFP. So we looked at areas such as general administrative. We look at plan design. We look at the network. We look at formulary disruption for the prescription drug program. And we also look at all the costs. So the biggest cost of your self-funded plan is claims. So one of the areas, particularly with an entity that's subject to sunshine laws, we try to protect the integrity of their proprietary information. So we do not ask for specific discount information other than aggregate discount information. And then what we do is, after we present our summary to the evaluation committee that was comprised of 5 individuals, we ask them to score who they felt had the proposal that would potentially meet their needs. Following that, they were invited back for an interview, a presentation to the committee. And in the interim, we actually went on site. We actually had Amelia, your internal auditor, that joined us in that process, where we went with one of our analytics folks on site to Aetna, on site to Cigna. They were the 2 shortlisted proposals. And we validated claims. So we pulled a random sampling of claims to verify what the discounts were averaging in certain areas: hospitalizations, outpatient surgeries, physician services, et cetera, to come up with an aggregate discount. Because again, that is an important component, in addition to other things like wellness and cost containment strategies, and how do you negotiate different kinds of provisions for your providers. So following that, we brought the committee back together with the results of that validation process, where we went on site to the TPAs. And again, the purpose of doing it that way is so that we don't have any information that what would be proprietary that might preclude them from wanting to submit a proposal to the city of Titusville, because that information would become public. So that's a way that we as a firm have been successful to help our public sector clients be able to validate discount arrangements. And then we negotiate discount guarantees from there on both the pharmacy and the medical portions of the program. So the committee came back together, and we had the presentations. And following those presentations, the committees rescored, if you will, and the final decision recommendation was to pick Aetna as the third-party administrator to to begin the negotiations process with. So we will be getting a draft contract, working with the city attorney and staff and purchasing, et cetera, to make sure that all of the provisions that were agreed to as part of the solicitation process are included in the contract and bound. We have rate guarantees for 3 years, actually, so we kind of have a good idea of what's going to happen. And as a matter of fact, we had 5 years requested, so your administrative fees are going to be guaranteed. And Aetna came in with an administrative fee that was substantially lower than what you have in place today. Quite frankly, Cigna did an excellent job with their proposal as well. It was better than what is in place today, so they really were trying to be aggressive to retain your business, but the Aetna proposal was deemed to be more beneficial to the city to move forward with. So following your action tonight, we have the Aetna representative, Mike Driscoll, that just walked in, so he's going to hear what the action is, and following tonight, we'll be asking for a draft contract that we can start the negotiation process with. We're also going to be discussing the implementation timeline and getting all of the different pieces of implementation in place. It's a big plan, so we will be getting all of those different components in place, your banking arrangements and enrollment and interfaces with data, et cetera, as well as a discussion on a second plan that we've been having some dialogue with to bring a base plan along with the current plan as a potential option for October 1 of 2019. So with your action tonight, we will move forward with that. If we are not successful, then the alternative to that would be to not award from this and negotiate with your current third-party administrator.
Thank you very much. Any questions?
Wait a minute. I'll do that.
You were a little slow. Vice Mayor.
Got that.
No.
No, I just simply want to say it's promising and one you don't expect to hear when you hear things like both proposals are better than what we have today. And I think that's something I'd like everybody, involved with this to hear. Good for Cigna having a good proposal, better than what we have today, and then Aetna coming along and doing the same, even better. So that's just exciting. You never expect to hear in insurance and health insurance that it's better than what we've got. So that's just promising, and thank you for your work on that.
My pleasure.
Yes, Mr. Jordan. Member.
Okay, I just need to understand that I agree with what Deputy Mayor Diesel said, but was trying to understand as far as the benefits is concerned. Can you give me some differences in what the employees can be looking for this year versus last year?
Well, the plan design is to your discretion because they're administering your plan. So we had them do their proposals based on your current plan design, so the plan that you have in place today. It's contemplated that that plan would still be an option on October 1 of 2019,
Okay.
but in addition to that, that there might be a second option for employees to choose from going forward after.
At a reduced rate?
At a reduced rate with reduced benefits that would
Well, yeah.
that would correlate to those reduced rates.
Okay.
And to add to that, we're trying to get, right now, our family health care is, some of our employees can't afford it. So we're looking at trying to get a base plan that they can afford that would provide access to the health clinic as well as catastrophic coverage.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, I'll open the public if there isn't anybody else. Wait, we got one more. I'm sorry, Member Stokel, I didn't look up. Yes, ma'am, please.
Thank you, thank you. All right, so I just wanted to clarify, thank you so much. I know how much work you put into this. So just to clarify, this amount and what we're approving is the admin fee. So to have them work on the plan design and to start going ahead with that.
Correct.
Correct.
Correct. Your claims are going to be your claims.
Okay,
So
so
that- those aren't guaranteed.
to that end, we never see two companies or produce their own plan designs and then us look at those, correct?
They have standard plan designs.
Okay.
And they have underwriting, and they're going to help with some of that underwriting assistance to say, this plan is worth this much of an
Okay.
estimated decrement to your claims cost.
Okay.
So they can pretty much administer anything. But since it's your plan, it's not fully insured. Now, had we been soliciting fully insured options,
Okay.
which really wouldn't make sense for a number of reasons. We didn't, and we talked about it, but it was something that really, at your size and with the
Okay.
clinic and some other components or, dynamics with your plan, it really didn't make sense. But, so they have standard plans, but I think it's pretty much your plan, and they'll work with us as a part of the team that will be looking at options, the most beneficial options, the most
Okay.
cost-effective options that we can put in play.
Okay, perfect. I'm excited to see what you guys come up with. Thank you.
We're excited too. We're excited too.
Is that yours again, sir? Go ahead.
Now I understand better. I understand better what's about to happen here, but I'm kind of enticed. I know it's our plan, but certainly looking forward because they are the professionals when it comes down to these plans for us to see what kind of options they have. Because health insurance is just so expensive for sure. So if they've got some ideas, then hopefully we're going to be very open to trying to get the biggest bang for the buck for our employees for sure,
Absolutely.
right?
I think one of the things that was somewhat compelling to the group is the fact that Aetna and Caremark and CVS are all one and the same now. So they're looking at a whole new model of healthcare where those CVS stores become somewhat of an anchor and a healthcare provider. I think it's transformative and disruptive and a lot of different things, but it's one of those new and innovative options that might be out there down the road, maybe not on day one, but certainly strategically down the road.
Very good. Anything else, Joe? Okay. I'm going to open the public hearing. Clerk, are there any cards on this item?
No, sir.
I'll close the public hearing. Any council discussion, further discussion? Okay. Take a motion.
Okay,
And
Mr.
City Attorney, since this is somewhat complex, did you want to?
If you're inclined to approve the item, the recommended motion is to approve the award of a contract, subject to the resolution of the contract terms by the city attorney and city manager, to Aetna to provide health plan administrative services.
That's what I was going to say.
I thought it was. I just want to let him have his.
I appreciate that. So I don't have to repeat that, right?
No,
Okay. I move for what the city manager just said.
no, city attorney.
City attorney, I'm sorry.
No, since it's a legal type situation.
No, I
didn't wanna
agree.
put you on
I
the spot.
appreciate that.
Okay, we have a motion, and do I have a second?
Second.
A motion, and a second. Any further discussion? Is this, this is regular. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Any opposed, like sign, passes unanimously. Next item?
Okay, Mr. Mayor, we're now moving back to the minutes. We're on agenda item 4A, and that completes the adjustments that we've made to the agenda.
Okay. We did the minutes already.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, next item is special recognitions and presentations. Back to you.
We have none?
Okay, and 5A.
Now we're up to 5A. Okay, we're back on track. Mike Woodward, who represents Kimberly Horn, will represent the multimodal master transportation plan. This plan reflects the city's vision to take the next step in mobility as it continues to grow. The plan describes the outreach, plan improvements, analysis, recommendations for additional multimodal facilities within the city. Multimodal facilities include roadways, bus stops, sidewalks, crosswalks, bike lanes, shared lane markings, and trails. The focus of the plan is pedestrian and bicycle infrastructure. Subsequent initiatives may include transit, roadways, and even golf cart planning. So with that, Mr. Woodward, welcome. Good to see you.
Well, thank you very much, and I've got a presentation to give you as well that should show up on the screens. But I just wanted to start out by saying I'm thrilled to be here to talk to you about sort of the process and the end results of this project, and also just thank you for this opportunity to work with your staff. We really did have a great time. So with that, I'll get on with it and start out with, there we go, turn this on. There we go, just a summary of the presentation. I'll talk a little bit about the purpose of what we're doing, what it is, what the goals were. We'll go through the existing conditions, talk about the public outreach. We're going to end with recommendations, and we'll also talk to you a little bit about the prioritization activity that we had. So the purpose of the master plan, all right, and the end result of this is a table of recommended improvements with a map that goes along with it. And some of the goals are, they're all transportation related, to improve connectivity. And we wanted to engage lots of different stakeholders through the process. There was a goal to improve safety. Again, citizen input was very important. And then increase recreational opportunities. The process usually always begins with data collection. So early on, we rode bicycles throughout. We put in, 15, 20 miles that day to look at a lot of the different areas, get a good feel for what's already here. Then once we get to the point where we have documentation, which is sort of the end of the project, then we'll work on prioritization. Okay, so we've got all these improvements, which ones should move forward first. The next step, once we're finished, is really funding. Okay, all these need to be paid for somehow, so we've got to find the funding for it and work towards that, and then finally implementation. So as far as existing conditions goes, looking at bicycle facilities, pedestrian facilities, and trails, there's a lot in place already. This has already been recognized as a trail town. You've got lots of different corridors already there, so this project was just looking at, okay, so what's next? What areas are not being served? Where else can we focus? And we began with, once we had some of that data collection, we did public outreach. We did 16 different stakeholder interviews where we went one-on-one with people and talked for an hour or two. And then we had 4 outreach events where we, instead of trying to invite people to a 6 p.m. meeting, we went to where people were already gathering. One example is the Welcome Center. When there was a Toys for Tots drive in December, there were a lot of people going to that, so we could stop and say, hey, what do you think about sidewalks? Also, Gear It Up, Ride It Down. That was a major event that a lot of people attended, and we got a lot of good input there. Then there was a public meeting and a Trails Working Group meeting. We also had an online survey. So for the interviews, those 16 interviews, we wanted to talk to a good cross-section of people. Some were agency staff from Space Coast Transportation Planning Organization. We talked to some city staff, some former city staff, some business owners, and community advocates. We got a lot of good information from those 16 one-on-one interviews. Now for the outreach events, again, where there's already people going to some place, then it's easy to get them to stop and talk for a few minutes. So that was the Gear It Up, Ride It Down event in February was a fantastic event to get information. Finally, we had a Trails Working Group meeting where we went through a prioritization process. And that was an existing group. We just went to one meeting and presented a lot of the similar information as you'll see today, and then asked them, we gave them these little green dots and asked them to sort of prioritize improvements. If everybody had a limited amount, and so the projects that got the most votes were the ones that really moved up. As far as the survey goes, we had this online for a few months and ended up with 195 respondents that gave us hundreds of recommendations. So again, that was a pretty successful survey. So what did we hear? There were some general recommendations about, okay, we just need more sidewalk. And sometimes we'd ask people where, and they'd say everywhere, okay? Other recommendations were to really try to prioritize improvements where it could have an economic development component, whether you were bringing new people to an area that could help it out, or just bringing a new mode to an area where now, if people can't ride their bike there now, if you give them an opportunity to, if that could have an economic development component, we should prioritize that a little bit higher. There were a lot of location-based goals, some on trail wayfinding, both how do you get to the trail, and once you're there, what other stuff is there nearby. There were some goals on having a loop system, sort of to connect the southern portion of the city to the northern portion. So that's something that we heard over and over. Other goals, trail amenities, bicycle parking. And then as far as performance measures, so again, how do we rank these projects? One was, how much are they going to be used, right? What's the usage? If you put in a facility, are there going to be people who even want to go there? And the other was safety. How can we improve safety? So that gets us right to recommendations. So we've got a report, final report that has a pretty large table. Starts out with these 5 sort of trail sidewalk-based projects. And then there's a map that corresponds with these by number. And again, in the report, there's quite a bit more information for each specific recommendation, but we talk about the priority and what type of a project it would be. So the map for this presentation is broken up into sort of a northern and southern half, but you can see we've got about 45 different recommendations that go all throughout the city, and we really wanted to address what we heard, what we thought, where there were gaps, where there could be more improvements to the system. And as you can see, there's some more to the south. Several of these were high priorities. And if you look through again, the report, there's about 20 different ones for bicycle improvements, another 20 or so that are sidewalk-based. We don't have time today to go through all of these, but again, there's more information available in the report. And in addition to those, we had some that were just sort of intersection-based that had to do with an existing intersection where there's no crosswalk, no way to get across US 1, for example. And so that would be a pretty high priority. So with that, I'll open it up for any questions, and also just let you know this is in the consent agenda. I don't know if it's item E or F, but we would be asking for your approval of this plan later today.
Yes, sir. Any questions? I don't see any, sir. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much.
And we may see you back under the consent agenda if it's
Great, thanks.
necessary, so stick around. Okay, next item is boards and commissions. Sir?
Yes, sir. Accept the Titusville Environmental Commission semi-annual report as presented. I think we have a presenter.
Do I have a motion? Nope, sorry. Oh, okay, I didn't realize that you were representing.
I'm here to present.
Yes, sir.
You guys already have the report, so I guess I'm really here just to answer any questions you might have.
Any questions? You got off easy, Mike.
I got it off easy. Good. Thank you.
I do need a motion to accept the Titusville Environmental Commission semi-annual report.
My question.
Sir?
Mr. Mayor, I move that we accept the Titusville Environmental Commission semi-annual report as presented.
I have a motion. Do I have a second? I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Any opposed, like sign, passes unanimously.
Item 6B, this is the Titusville Housing Authority. Currently, there is one vacancy with an unexpired term to expire on May 31st, 2023. There's currently one application on file for consideration. Ms. June Hudson has expressed her willingness and desire to serve on this board. Her application is part of your packet.
I'd like to make a comment on this one. I've known Ms. Hudson for some time, and she is very qualified for this position. In addition to her personal qualifications, she is a member of one of the properties of the Housing Authority, so she fills that need as well on the, which is required to have a member on the authority. So I think she's perfect for the job, and she's out there. If anybody has any questions, I'm sure she'd be happy to come up, but if not, just if you will raise your hand, ma'am. See you back there? She was nice enough to come down this evening. So I see no questions. I'll entertain a motion to, any discussion at all from?
No, I was going to make a
Okay,
motion.
I'll entertain a motion. I'm just kidding. Throw it
You gotta
over
get
to
over
you.
there, that's right. Mr. Mayor, I move that we approve Ms. June Hudson to be a member of the Titusville Housing Authority on an unexpired term to expire on May 31st, 2023.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor, say yes.
Yes.
Any opposed, like sign, passes unanimously. Next item is petitions and requests from the public present. If there's anybody who would like to speak on non-agenda items at this point, please come forward.
Stan Johnson, 860 Poinsett Avenue. I'm addressing you tonight in a professional capacity as a registered professional engineer. And I'm coming to you tonight as I have come to you previously before, and I've also recorded an affidavit with the county records that the city of Titusville is grossly negligent for not providing easements and the inspection of cleaning of floodways. That's a lot of floodwater from I-95 to the St. Johns River, that is from State Road 50 to Fox Lake Road. So just as a demonstration, I'm showing you is that we have a conservation matter, and that is if I put a gallon of water in here, I have like a gallon of water coming out. What comes in comes out. Now, if I if I reduce the passage of water in one of the areas, in this case, we're not inspecting or maintaining these large canals on the other side of I-95 that are outside the city. We're not having them maintained. Then water comes back, like, for example, goes back to Baker subdivision. And it's over 1,500 acres. So what the city has done is that these firm maps, your actions invalidate these firm maps. And I'm contacting FEMA because this is certainly in defiance of, in violation of FEMA regulations. And I'm reading from you from this document, Stormwater Management Plan. It says, maintenance of the system will be required and provisions should be made to keep all elements in top rating condition at all times. So I'm also advising you that your failure, the city's failure to inspect, obtain these easements, not only is a violation of this, but is also in violation of the LOMAR that you passed in 2016. So this threatens the security of flooding and so forth. For example, Baker's subdivision, which some of us are familiar about, and at least 1,500 acres. So I'm asking you to consider that in my petition to you, and that you're responsible for this. So if there's any questions, I'd like to hear about it. Again, whatever water comes out comes to the city, and it's not going where it's supposed to go. It's going somewhere else. So you're responsible for that. And
Your time is up, sir.
Okay. Any more time, please? Okay. Thank you.
Please let us know what you hear from FEMA, sir.
Okay.
Okay. Anybody else for petitions and requests, please come forward. Name and address for the record, please.
Peter Stasinski, 2151 Palomino Drive, Titusville, Florida. I'm just speaking in reference to what was brought up earlier about the Titusville improvements, plans for improving Titusville. And I just want to make sure that I'm all for improvements to Titusville, making things better here, making things look better, more efficient. But there's concerns of how the city has dealt with improvements in the past. The most recent failure of an improvement is Hopkins. And, it was long waiting for this improvement for Hopkins. It finally comes along, and if you've seen it, I hope you guys didn't write a check for it. And if you did, I hope you get your money back on that, because that is a terrible job they did on that road. And another thing is that rather than this trail that we have here, I think that project would have been much better for a light rail project through the whole county for transportation. Since the city is growing, you're going to end up running into traffic problems when a light rail system would have handled a lot of that traffic. So that was my concern about the city improvements, is looking at the whole big picture for the whole community rather than just saying, okay, we're doing this because this powerful group of people say that we should do it this way. And it's just overlooking all of the people of the community. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. This is not a question, so you don't have to come back, but what you're talking about, the rails to trails and light rail, that we didn't start that project. It's a federal project, and it goes from Maine, it will go from Maine to Miami, so it's a lot bigger than the scope you see here, and it's called Rails to Trails is actually what they call it. Thank you. Anyone else that wishes to speak on non-agenda items? I kind of let that one slip a little.
Michael Myjack, Titusville Environmental Commission. And when I was here before you guys last month, I mentioned that we were short a member. We are short a member. That member's name is Bob Severe. Bob left a couple of months ago. Bob was also our member that we had voted to attend the P&Z meetings. So we have been without environmental representation on the P&Z as well. So if you could be so kind as to provide us with one more member, and we will then follow through with a vote for someone to sit on the P&Z. If that works for you guys, that works for us.
Yes, sir, and if you have anyone that you think is interested, if they'll come and fill an application out, that...
I can make that happen.
Well, good.
Thank you.
Anybody, any citizen of Titusville is allowed to make applications, so.
Somebody on the Environmental Commission, so
You're making it happen fast.
How many applications do you want?
How many members do you want? Anyone else wish to come up? I don't see any. We'll go to the next item. Consent agenda, Mr. City Manager.
Yes, sir. We have one card. It's for item 8F. And council, does any council member want to pull any additional items? And just submitted 8C.
I see no, I'm sorry, I see none, sir.
Okay, I'll read for the record consent agenda items. Consent agenda item 8A, adopt resolution 17, 2019, supporting temporary road closures of state roads for the Noon to Moon Downtown Street Party on July 12, 2019. Consent agenda item 8B, approve the attached budget amendment providing the necessary funding for the purchase of a 150 kW portable generator from Tradewinds Power Corporation of Miami, Florida, in the amount of $85,357 per the Florida Sheriff's Association, and authorize the city manager to issue the purchase order necessary for this acquisition. Consent agenda item 8C, approve fee resolution number 18, 2019. Consent agenda item 8D, approve the final ranking of consultants for continuing consultant traffic engineering services, and authorize staff to conduct contract negotiations with the two top firms, DRMP Incorporated of Melbourne, Florida, and the #1 ranked firm as the primary consultant, and Kimberly Horn and Associates Incorporated of Orlando, Florida, as the #2 ranked and secondary consultant. Consent agenda item 8E, approve the final ranking of consultants for continuing consultant landscape architect, and authorize staff to conduct contract negotiations with the top-ranked firm, Kimberly Horn and Associates Incorporated of Orlando, Florida, the #1 ranked firm, and if an agreement is not reached with the #1 ranked firm, terminate negotiations of said firm and begin negotiations with the second-ranked firm. Consent agenda item 8F, approve the multimodal master transportation plan. Consent agenda item 8G, approve advisability for staff to develop phasing plan to expand the use of traffic signal cabinet wraps at high visibility locations outside the community redevelopment agency area. Consent agenda item 8H, approve the attached budget amendment providing the necessary funds for this action and award the roads repair in 2 locations of Hopkins Avenue to Massey General Contracting Corporation of Port Orange, Florida, in the amount of $53,327.90, and authorize the city manager to put the instruments necessary to execute this award. And the 2 cards we have, sir, are consent agenda item 8C, or correction, 8A.
Okay, call it card.
For item 8A, Gail Stuzinski.
Ma'am, name and address for the record, please.
Gail Stuzinski, 2151 Palomino Drive, Titusville.
Thank you, ma'am.
And I'm for it. We had a party in Titusville, I think it was 1 or 2 times, that I could not believe that the street was not closed down with the bars open, people drinking, and cars going up and down US 1 was a really bad idea. It made no sense. Somebody drinking just a little too much and crossing to get to one of the booths or one of the stores, not realizing that the street is open. It'd be very easy for an adult or even a child to get hit by a car while we have events going on both sides of the street. So I would like to see the streets closed.
Thank you, ma'am. Call the next card, please.
Yes, sir. The next few cards are for item 8F. The first speaker is Terry Franklin.
Good evening, Council. I'm a resident of JJ Road, and I was noticing on the
I'm sorry, name and address for the record,
I'm sorry,
please.
Terry Franklin, JJ Road, Titusville, Florida. And I was looking at the multimodal plan presentation that was provided to Council tonight, and I just have a couple of observations that I noticed JJ Road was listed in that plan. And I just kind of wanted to give you some information on JJ as a resident on that road that I'm sure you're familiar. It's within the your extreme northern limits of the MIMS community. If you look at the map, it really doesn't connect to anything. The road serves about 24 homes directly and additional uses along Hammock Road, which is partially a dirt road. There is an optional entrance to the Change Lake Park off of JJ Road. If sidewalks were to be installed on JJ, I think that you would be looking at substantial improvements to that roadway. And I just think resources could be better used to direct any improvements or to do with the multimodal plan to Dairy Road and Truman Scarborough Road that already goes through the Chain of Lakes Park. I just wanted to give my input on that.
Thank you. Any
Thank you.
questions? Don't see any. Next item, sir.
We have some
Next
extra cards, yes, sir.
card, please.
Oh, yes, there's 3 more speakers. The next is Randy Scragg.
Are we gaining on this? Sir, name and address for the record, please.
Good evening, Randy Scragg, 2160 East JJ Road. And just learned about the sidewalk that may be put in on JJ. And Truman Scarborough already has a light there, and it has a sidewalk. It's a lot safer for people to cross, say if you're using the trail and you want to go into the park, it'd be much safer to come through the Truman Scarborough way. And then all of a sudden, JJ Road has become very popular. And there's somebody else wanting to put a sidewalk in, and now this is, I think, someone different, because the Brooks Landing was talking about putting a sidewalk in also. So I think it'd be safer on Truman Scarborough Way. That's all I had.
All right, sir. Any questions of this gentleman? I see none. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Next card, please.
Jenny Scragg.
Next one.
Peter Stuzinski.
Peter Stuzinski, 2151 Palomino Drive, Titusville. This is in reference to the Brooks Landing issue, isn't it?
No, sir.
Huh?
No, sir. This
Okay,
is
I
a
thought this was-
multimodal master plan.
Okay, I was given the wrong number then. I thought this was in reference to Brooks Landing then. I'll do another card for that then.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you, sir.
I'll do another card for the Brooks Landing. I was
Okay.
given the wrong number. Thank you.
Are there any other cards until that one comes out?
And just a reminder, Mayor, we have 3 resolutions on this.
Yes. I always do a roll call on these. Are you doing a card for something on the consent agenda, sir?
No, sir, he's doing it on item 9B.
All right, we'll go, to council, any discussion? Not seeing any, we'll have a roll call vote. Oh,
Sorry.
did you have it right on?
Thank you. No, I was just wondering if City Manager, maybe you or Brad would just touch on maybe why with that plan we were looking at JJ Road versus Dairy, just to clarify if there was. Okay.
We looked at both roads. We had improvements recommended for Dairy, and then JJ was just another extension out to the east where it looked like there could be some benefits to some connectivity that way. You mentioned the other entrance to the park. I understand that with any projects, there's going to be some people who don't want a sidewalk in front of their house.
Oh, what are you saying? Oh, okay, you need to get over. I'm getting signals from the boys in the back room.
We covered several roads. We covered Dairy in addition to JJ. So we really try to look at all throughout the city, and in most locations where there were not sidewalks, we recommended them. Again, there are different priority levels where maybe if Truman, Scarborough, or Dairy are higher priorities than JJ, that's very well could be the case. I can't remember off the top of my head how everything lined up, but we looked at lots of different facilities. We didn't single anyone out or ignore anyone in particular.
And certainly you heard the comments, and you can also see them again if you wish to. It's taped and available. And I'm sure you'll take a look if there's anything that you feel needs to be redirected.
I'll give a second look to that particular area based on the comments that we heard tonight.
Very good. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Okay. Now, roll call vote, please.
You'll need a motion first, sir.
Oh, I'm getting tired of this one. Do I have a motion?
Mr. Mayor, I move that we approve consent agenda A through H.
And do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Now, roll call vote.
Member Jordan?
Yes.
Mayor Johnson?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Diesel?
Yes.
Member Stockholm?
Yes.
Passes unanimously. I'm waiting for another. We're missing one member tonight. Okay. Next item.
Yes, sir, and we're now on 9B, and this is a conditional use permit application 3-2019, New Life Private School. The Planning and Zoning Commission considered this item on June 5th, 2019, and recommended approval with 3 conditions outlined by staff, plus a 4th condition to limit student capacity to the number allowable by the existing facility and in accordance with all applicable statutes and regulations. The motion passed unanimously by P&Z 6-0. The applicant is requesting a CUP for private school use within the existing New Life Christian Fellowship facility. The property is located at 6755 South Washington Avenue within the general use GU zoning district. No expansion of the existing building is proposed as part of this request. To address the potential issues relating to ingress and egress, stacking space for pickup and drop-off, and parking, staff is recommending 3 conditions to approve this request. Staff recommendations for these conditions are part of your packet. Ms. Busaka is here to answer any questions that you may have concerning CUP 3-2019.
Ms. Busaka, you have any comments or presentation you'd like
I
to make?
have just a brief presentation. The existing building on the property is approximately 61,000 square feet, and the property is about 19 acres in size. There are currently two vehicular access points into the property. There are a total of 356 parking spaces on the property, including a mix of paved and grass spaces. There is currently a conditional use permit on this property for a child care facility, and I believe that the intent of the church members is that several of the people who are currently in the child care would like to continue at that facility for kindergarten. So that's the reason for this request. There is a 250-foot buffer from the proposed school to the nearest single-family house, and approximately 80 feet of that is natural vegetation. So the property is well buffered from the residential area, and staff does not anticipate that there would be an impact to that neighborhood. In fact, this buffer is significantly greater than that which is required under the land development regulations. The proposed school has similar hours of operations, that is daytime, as compared with other commercial uses, and so we do not feel that there will be any impact, again, to the surrounding property owners. The land development regulations require that the proposed use meet the standards of Section 28-255 and D and C, and staff has reviewed those standards, which include setbacks, frontages, and the exterior lighting and signage, and has found that it is consistent with those requirements. Therefore, the staff does recommend approval of this with 3 conditions which relate to traffic circulation. One is that traffic circulation internal to the site for pickup and drop-off be directed to follow a route that was designed by the city's traffic engineer. The second is that a traffic study would be required in the event the school enrollment exceeds 30 students, and that if off-site or on-site improvements are necessitated, those improvements would be completed prior to the expansion. And finally, that if additional asphalt parking is needed, then those improvements would be completed prior to the expansion of the use beyond a kindergarten.
Okay. Council, any questions of staff? Yes, sir. Go right ahead.
I needed to disclaim that I'm a member of this church, so I might be a little prejudiced when it comes down to voting this. I would just want to make sure that the 3 conditions that was put before us by planning and zoning, I think the last one about 30 students. Didn't I read something about 30 students, the maximum of 30 students? Give me a little bit more information about that. Why was it limited to 30 students?
The traffic engineer felt that a traffic study would be warranted by a school. However, we felt that the first 30 students would allow the school to begin in the August school year because there wasn't sufficient time to complete the traffic engineering study. And based on the analysis that he did and the drop-off route, he felt that that would be adequate with the current improvements on site, but that if there's going to be more than that, then that should be reviewed. So this would allow the first year, as I understand the projected enrollment, to move forward before that traffic study would be required.
So if there was 40 students instead of 30, what would occur?
Well, what we have said is, under the current condition as recommended, that they would have to have a traffic study. We picked the 30. You can speak to, I'm sure, the pastor and he can tell you the plans that they have for the total number for this coming year.
Okay, well, that was just one of the conditions that planning and zoning had agreed on it, but the staff is the one that came up with the 30 based on what the submission was,
Yes,
right?
yes, sir, that's correct.
Sir, just to clarify, staff recommended 3 conditions.
Right.
P&Z recommended an additional condition.
That's the
for a
one.
4th. Yes, sir.
Okay, and what was the 4th condition?
The 4th condition was related to an expansion on site, and they recommended that the student capacity be limited to the number allowable by the existing facility, and that they be in accordance with all applicable statutes and regulations.
And do we know what the capacity would be for the existing facility?
No, sir, I
No,
don't.
we don't.
The way that that's done is the fire marshal actually goes out and determines capacity of individual rooms at the time that they do their inspection. So the staff does not feel that there's a need for this condition because that is reviewed every year by the fire marshal when he does his annual review.
And that's my point. I don't agree with the fourth recommendation because to me, it just doesn't make any sense to have that caveat on there when it's not even necessary for sure. So, all right, thank you, ma'am.
Vice Mayor.
I'll get there. I think I was heading the same way, and just to get clarification, staff is recommending the passage of this with the three recommendations, the three conditions.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And the fourth condition is not anything that staff was looking at.
That's correct. And there are processes in place that would make that condition unnecessary. For instance, if the church decided that for some reason they wanted to expand into a different facility, that would go through the typical site planning, that would go through the traffic engineering if required. All of that would be done.
Okay, I too am good with this, with the three conditions. I don't understand the fourth condition as well. That doesn't mean they don't have a good thought there, and I'm not trying to, battle that. I'm simply saying that I like the three conditions. I look forward to hearing from the pastor on this and their part there, but I'm in agreement.
Yes, sir. Any other? I see no other lights. There are no further questions. I'll open the public hearing. City Clerk, are there any cards on this item?
Yes, sir. One card, Jason Linkus.
Would you come up, sir? And I'll have to ask you to give your name. and
Yeah,
address for
Jason
the record.
Linkus, I'm pastor at New Life Christian Fellowship, Titusville, Florida, 6755 South Washington Avenue.
Very good.
And I appreciate you listening to me. Always thank you for helping. And we have a great staff here, by the way. Everybody's very friendly, and as we're trying to work through these things, it's very helpful to make these things happen. We're trying to take care of people, So we appreciate the help of doing that. So we have. Do you have any questions for me, and then I'll speak particularly?
I was just going to ask if you don't mind. As you read this, you're good with the three conditions, and I'm curious what you think about the fourth condition.
Yeah, the fourth condition is, I'm not good with it. I don't really understand it exactly, what it's getting to. I mean, the fact that you say it's in accordance with all laws and statutes and regulations, that makes sense. And then we assume that we would always do that. The first part of it, student capacity, the number allowable. I think you made a good point about the fire department and the annual review on that, and it kind of seems to take care of itself. So I appreciate the consideration. I think the gentleman who made it had only good in mind for it, but I don't know where it's.
Okay, thank you. That's all I want to know.
Any other questions? Thank you, sir.
Okay. Can I speak to it?
Oh, yes, sir.
Okay. So, and maybe I don't even need to, but I just wanted to say that we do intend on the school growing, and this kindergarten beginning is mostly and basically due to the traffic study situation, which we kind of had to revamp what we were doing. We were hoping to go K through 5 in the first year, but that was possibly bringing more students than what the staff was wanting to do. So in an effort to make sure that our graduating VPK students were going to kindergarten, we have, I think, 28 of those this time. Not all of them will stay, but many of them want to stay. And to have them not have to leave this school, because we're planning on starting this school anyways, in New Life Academy, and is what we're representing, New Life Academy. And so I guess my thought is, yeah, I mean, we would have loved to have K through 5. The traffic study was going to take 2 or 3 months to complete, and a whole lot of money, but that's just part of it, I guess. But and I understand that the need and concern from that. There is a ton of property there and a ton of those little curly cues, where they can park up. And I really kind of like what they've done here with this drop-off positioning. But that, during the week, I mean, on Sunday, that place is, the parking lot is full. But on anytime during the day for school, you know, we have our staff and the childcare staff and all of that. That's a big, big space there that's open for, you know, putting cars in there if they want to stack, you know, inside and not, of course, on the road, which we've done events and giveaways and food giveaways where we've had, you know, I mean, a ton of cars on there, you know, a lot, all packed in there. I mean, they can, there's a lot of places to park. I mean, I know traffic studies are good, and if that's what, you know, we end up getting and need to do, we'll do it because we want to grow the school there. You know, eventually, you know, we think we could do a lot of this school within the current facility that we have. It's a big facility. We've got to rework some areas, but there was possibly a day when we would, if we get into high school, might need to, you know, go outside and build a gymnasium, something, you know. We have nearly 20 acres there, and a lot of room to do those kinds of things down the road if we want to. But everything, the immediate need was that K through 5, which I was really hoping we could get started on. We had to back it down to the kindergarten only. I guess I would request at a minimum, if I could request this, he had 30 people who have been, it's okay to have 30 kids. And the way that this is looking, in the requests we're getting from people in the community is we may only have 15 to, we want to keep our classes at about 15 to 20 people per class. We want a small classroom size and individual attention. And so a private school setting. So if we had 15 kids and children in our kindergarten and had 15 in, like, say, first grade, have been getting calls for first grade as well. Would that be acceptable? Doesn't matter whether they're in K or first, right? As long as yeah, I would just say that. It says kindergarten in here. We might end up having 20 kindergartners and 10 first graders. If we could just kind of take the you know, kindergarten, first, second, third grade kind of thing out and just get started with 30 people, maybe that would help as the calls come in. So that's I guess what I would throw out there. But that's what I have.
The traffic study, you're talking about the internal traffic study, right?
The traffic study is a major traffic study from what I can tell.
Okay, that's US 1.
US 1, $20,000 traffic study. I mean, it's quite an expense, you know. And, you know, we get off of US 1 pretty well, you know, because of the way the church is set up. But, you know, again, I respect, you know, the comments and the conditions, and, you know, we'll wait if we have to wait. And so that's fine too. It's a long-term plan.
Thank you. Anything else, sir?
No, I'm fine with that.
Okay.
And thank you. Thank you, Peggy.
Ms. Bisaka, you have comment on that situation? I'm not sure what you were yesing and knowing.
What he was asking is that the third condition says if additional asphalt parking is needed, the necessary improvements will be completed prior to the expansion of the use beyond a kindergarten. And if that language were to change to say the first 30 students, that would allow them to do kindergarten and first grade up to 30. And it doesn't matter to the staff how old these kids are, it's the amount of traffic that's being generated. So I would just recommend that third recommendation from staff be amended.
Okay, whoever makes the motion. Very good, thank you, ma'am. Are there any other cards on this?
No, sir.
Okay. I'll go to council discussion.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir.
I just want to make some clarity. I'm very familiar with the traffic study because I'm in the middle of one myself for my school. The question, and I think that what the pastor was trying to clarify is why the need of a traffic study if we've got hundreds of people coming to church every Sunday at that facility, and now you're talking about a few people coming during the weekday. Just explain the traffic study requirement.
Actually, the traffic study probably should have been done at the time that the preschool, the child care, was recommended, because there are, and you know about schools, there tends to be a lot of people in a very short period of time. And everybody is waiting in line to pick up and drop off. That's not quite the same as at least my church, where we have several services and we get people coming and going at different times. Schools tend to be a very small, compact time frame in which you expect to see pickup and drop off. So the concern is that we want to make sure that people are getting off of US 1 in a timely manner so that there isn't any problems. In addition to that, though our traffic engineer did a good job of showing how this traffic study should, how this traffic pattern should go, based on the amount of stacking that may be required on site, this may have to change as well. And it's really all about the safety of those kids and the safety of the people who are waiting in line to get in.
Okay, just for clarity, I guess the only concern I have, and I appreciate exactly what's going on, especially with the S, because we have to do that ourselves, get people off of the main drag. But the question I have with that, I guess it was number 3, was the fact that if there's additional asphalt that is required. So I'm getting back to the 30 people, and I asked the question, suppose it's 50 people, if there's not an additional asphalt that's required, then where does the school stand?
Well, the condition related to the asphalt is if there is additional asphalt parking needed, they may find that there is sufficient grass parking, because as we talked about, there's over 300 parking spaces on here. So about half of the asphalt currently are ADA. So they may say that because of some condition that I'm unaware of, that they would need to expand asphalt. It seems unlikely, but if they tell us that they eventually want to go through K through 12, then that may make a big difference about how many kids they've got, where they park, what the ADA requirements are.
All right, I just want to make it clear. If they had 50 people and don't need additional asphalt parking, then that is acceptable.
Absolutely.
Okay, that's what I want to be
Yes,
clear
sir.
of. So
No,
it's
we're not
30.
requiring asphalt parking.
Right.
We're simply saying if it has to be done, then get it done and properly before it's
Okay.
expanding.
Okay, thank you very much, appreciate it.
Any other questions, comments? I'll close the public hearing. Need a motion?
I'd like to make a motion to accept it. Thank you very much. Haven't done one of these tonight. The conditional use permit, application number 3-2019, New Life Private School.
I have
With the staff amendments.
I have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? I see none. Roll call vote, please.
Mayor Johnson,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Diesel,
Yes.
Member Stockel. Yes. Member Jordan.
Passes unanimously. Next item, please.
Yeah, item 9C, the Comprehensive Plan Amendment, CPA 1-2018 Brooks Landing. The Planning and Zoning Commission considered this item on June 5th, 2019, and recommended that CPA be amended or changed to Res 2 with provisions that 8.331 acres as identified by the applicant based on ground truthing be dedicated in conservation and the balance as Res 2. The motion passed unanimously 6-0. A second motion was recommending denial of the rezoning to PD as submitted. That motion passed 5-1 for 4 conditions. The applicant, Chad Genoe, on behalf of the owner, AG Ventures LLC, is requesting a comprehensive plan amendment to change the city's future land use map and rezone approximately 71.76 acres of vacant land located on the north side of JJ Road, approximately 1,000 feet east of US 1. The request proposes to replace the existing planned unit development land use designation with residential 2 use designation. The request also proposes to replace the existing planned unit development zoning zone district with a planned development PD. The State Planning Agency Department of Economic Opportunity responded on April 10, 2019 with no objections to the proposed request. The applicant has provided a new master plan that is not significantly different than the previous layout, with the exception of the reduction of 162 units to 143 units and the depiction of a rear setback property line of 70 feet on the north and east property lines. Ms. Bisaka is here to describe, and I think you want to read a couple ordinances before that.
Yes, sir. This item, CPA number 1, 2018, contains ordinance number 23, 2019, as well as associated ordinance, rezoning ordinance number 24, 2019. I'd like to read both ordinances at this time, but you will handle both ordinances and vote on them separately. Ordinance number 23, 2019, an ordinance of the City of Titusville, Florida, amending the Code of Ordinances by amending ordinance number 60, 1988, which adopted the comprehensive plan of the City of Titusville, by adopting Comprehensive Plan Amendment 1, 2018, amending the future land use map of the comprehensive plan by replacing the existing planned unit development land use and conservation land use with the residential 2 land use designation for certain property approximately 71.76 acres in size, having tax ID numbers 2104776, 2104775, 2104780, 2105271, 2105270, located approximately 1,500 feet east of US Highway 1 on the north side of JJ Road, providing for severability and providing for an effective date. Ordinance number 24, 2019. An ordinance of the City of Titusville, Florida, amending ordinance number 5, 1993, by amending the zoning map made a part of said ordinance by reference, by replacing the present planned unit development zoning, PUDZ, and open space and recreation, OR zoning, to planned development, PD zoning, for certain property approximately 71.76 acres in size, having tax ID numbers 2104776, 2104775, 2104780, 2105271, 2105270, located approximately 1,500 feet east of US Highway 1 on the north side of JJ Road, and providing for an effective date.
Okay. Ms. Bisaka.
Yes, I have a presentation. There we go. Okay, where we are in this process is that the comprehensive plan amendment was originally requested at 5 units an acre.
Do you have your mic on?
Oh, thank you very much. I'm used to yelling at home, so I'm usually pretty good at it. So they're 5 units an acre, and it has now been amended to 2 units an acre. The future land use has gone forward to the state, and there were no comments. The location is, as you can see, north of JJ Road and east of US 1. It's approximately 71.76, not 97 acres, and the proposed use is 143 single-family homes. As you can see, the current land use is PUDZ, and the proposal is for it to go to 2 units an acre. The land use that you can see, most of it is not shown in any color around this because it is in the county, but all of those areas that you can see subdivided to the north, to the west, and to the south of the the subject property are all 2 dwelling units an acre land use within the county. The existing zoning is PUDZ, and the proposed zoning is planned development. This is a survey of the wetlands that are on site. There are 12, and they are approximately 9 acres. The 2 large areas that you see there are both wooded wetlands, and although they are not, they have some mixed quality according to the environmental review that we have seen. They are both going to be maintained as they are based on the master plan. There are smaller wetlands that are going to be impacted, and well, you can talk about that in a moment. This is the master plan. This master plan has been changed a little since the first time that you saw this, in that the number of units have been reduced from 161 to 143. You can see that there are large areas to the east, to the west, and in the center those are those wetlands that are planned to be maintained. The applicant has stated that they would put a conservation easement over the wetlands to be maintained. And then you can see that there are several retention areas as well. To the upper right-hand side, you see something that is a cul-de-sac, kind of looks like a big loop to the right. Staff is recommending that that cul-de-sac be reduced in length. There's really no need for it to be there. The reason that it looks like that, in my opinion, is because at one point there were lots there, and when they were reduced from 161 to 143, then those lots, I don't think they changed the outline, they just left the lots, or took the lots off. I want to give you some examples of the difference between the current PUDZ and the proposed. There are several changes that I think that are important to you as well as the citizens. The first is the lot size. Currently, the PUDZ has an approval for 112 lots that are 6,050 square feet. The proposal is 140 of 6,000 square foot. So the lots are somewhat by 50 square feet smaller. The lot width currently approved is 55 and the proposed is 50. The minimum floor area of the current zoning is 90 square feet per house, and the applicant has stated that they are willing to go to a 1,200 square foot minimum house. Even though this says 1,000, this was created before we received that information. The front setback on the PUDZ is 10 feet. The front setback on the the proposed PD is 20 feet. The rear setbacks are the same. The side setbacks are somewhat smaller, gone from 5.5 feet to 5 feet under the proposal. Please notice that under the current PUDZ, there is no maximum building coverage. The proposed PD would have a 45% limit, and there is also no maximum lot coverage. The PD would have a maximum of 65%. The open space that's been provided in the PUDZ is essentially the same as is being proposed in the current plan. That's all I need for that. Thank you very much. Now, to give you a little bit of history, this project was originally approved in the county, and when it came into the city, it was annexed with a PUDZ, and as I said, their minimum lot dimensions were proposed at 60 feet wide, and there was 112 units. The actual adoption, staff has had some problems looking at the record for this project, but we believe that the maximum number is 112 units with a minimum lot size of 6,050 square feet and a minimum width of 55 feet. In reviewing the comprehensive plan, the staff went through an analysis based on the requirements of the code. They found that the proposed development is contiguous to an existing developed area, although the development on the ground is somewhat different than the land use depicted. The land use is shown at 2 units an acre in the county, and the development ranges from half-acre lots to larger lots, to especially those to the south and east of the property. The water and sewer are not currently available at the site. The applicant has expressed their intention to extend the nearby water mains to create a loop. This will extend a force main to the site from Dairy Road. If the developer does not include these improvements, the subdivision will not be improved. The extension of the utilities will be at the developer's expense and will actually improve water service in the area. The majority of the surrounding properties are developed with low-intensity, density residential, and the staff does not feel that development of this property will discourage infill within the city. Excuse me. The consistency with the comprehensive plan, the staff reviewed several future land use policies, including 1.1.4, which talks about introducing other land uses into an area where single-family land uses are the predominant use. This requested change does not put a significant change to the type of land use, just the lot size. The policy 1.14.3 talks about the fact that residential two uses shall be considered where there's an availability of public facilities, and that those are available in this area. Policy 1.14.8 talks about negative impacts of residential land uses on environmentally sensitive areas. Of the approximate 9 acres on the site, 1 acre is expected to be impacted. The other 8 acres, as I said, would be put into conservation. Policy 1.14.9 talks about residential development sites shall be accessible to and/or provide essential public services. Again, that's that activity would not be approved until the infrastructure was in place. Policy 1.16.2 says that the wetlands shown on the conservation land use map were established using the National Wetlands Inventory, and that as those are ground truth, that the delineation would change. So the survey that we have has now been basically approved by the Water Management District, saying that we know what the limits of the wetlands are. There was some discussion at the Planning and Zoning as to whether the wetlands have to be shown as conservation, and what the policy, section 2971 of the code is the Wetland and Conservation Area Overlay, and it states that the overlay applies to wetlands of 5 acres or greater in size. Wetlands less than 5 acres will be subject to a development review. What the staff is seeing on this development is that the large wetlands on site, even though they are less than 5 acres, are being proposed to be maintained and with a conservation easement. So the staff has found that it's consistent with both the comprehensive plan and the code as it relates to wetlands. Let me see. There have several other policies which the staff has found this to be consistent with. One is policy 1.23.5, which requires the applicant hold a meeting with surrounding property owners. I believe that 2 meetings have been held. The property has current frontage along JJ Road, which is owned and maintained by Brevard County. The current right-of-way width varies between 40 and 45 feet, which does not meet the minimum standards for a public road. To remedy this situation, the master plan illustrates right-of-way dedication from the applicant's property to allow the property to meet the minimum right-of-way standards as established by the city. And there has been a traffic study done. The applicant can explain that in more detail, but basically there should not be any concurrency issues when it comes to traffic. The majority of the property is located within the flood zone X, which is the area of minimal flooding, although there is a portion of the property which is within the 500-year floodplain. The property was formerly used as an orange grove, is currently vacant and covered in low vegetation, and any impacts to identified flood hazards area would require compensatory storage. In addition to that, the conservation element policy 1.1.5 requires that an appropriate environmental study be done. We have a preliminary environmental study showing that there may be some there may be some gopher tortoises on the property. There are no eagles, no osprey nests were seen, and there may be some wading birds, especially the wood stork, which may require some mitigation, but additional work would be needed. Let me see here. The proposed master plan illustrates a minimum of 20-foot perimeter buffer around all property lines. The applicant can explain the buffer that they are proposing to the east of this against the properties that are developed as single family. And finally, the parks and open space requirement is that 35% requirement will be provided. That has been met. The plan illustrates a 4-foot wide pedestrian recreational trails with park benches and a jogging trail in the common area. A pavilion next to the stormwater recreation pond are also proposed as recreational amenities. The applicant was requested to include trails, outdoor pavilions, and other recreational amenities in exchange for reducing the lot sizes to 6,000 square feet. So this represents an opportunity to add playgrounds and/or outdoor pavilions for the benefit of the residents. So the staff is recommending approval of Comp Plan 2018-01 to amend the future land use by replacing the planned unit development and conservation with residential 2. Should the council wish to move forward with the rezoning, the staff has a number of recommendations, which are minimum 70-foot buffers from the rear lot setback to the property line along the north and east property boundaries, with the exception of lots 30 and 31. This was agreed to by the applicant. The applicant also stated their willingness to limit all residences on lots 97 to 103 to one-story houses, to have a minimum square footage in all homes of 1,200 square feet. The staff would also like to reduce the length of the cul-de-sac in the northeast corner of the property. The master plan should include trails, outdoor pavilions, and other recreational amenities in exchange for reducing the lot sizes to 6,000 square feet. And the water line shall be extended to create a loop from the terminus of the existing water main on US 1 and extending north to the intersection with JJ Road. I would be happy to answer any questions I can.
I see one light lit already. City Attorney? Was that it? Huh? Okay. Okay. I just thought you were just jumping right in there. Go ahead, Madam Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You mentioned something that caught my ear. When you started talking about the facilities that are along US 1 and they're going to bring it into the residential area, does that mean that the other houses in that area aren't connected to these facilities?
That is my understanding, that they're on septic tank and well.
So when you say we're going to enhance that area, then would they be required to do it, or they would have the option to connect?
They would have the option to do so. They're not within the city.
Okay.
But they could then have the option, the water would be available, as would sewer.
Okay. Thank you.
Member Stokel.
Thank you. I wanted to ask just more about the history of the site. I got an email from a citizen that said she was on the P&Z board for the county back in 2005 when it was still, the property was still part of the county. And I just want to clarify if this is true. Back then, the plan was 107 lots. The lot sizes were 10,000 square feet. 80 to 90 foot buffers, and then if that is the case, was it a smooth transition when it was annexed to the city that it immediately went over to PUDZ with these different standards now, and what was going on with the developer at that time, I guess?
The applicant can probably correct this, but I don't believe it's ever been a smooth transition.
Okay.
And the binding development plan, I know that the applicant has a copy of that, so they can tell you exactly what the binding development plan was in the county.
Okay, yeah, I'm just curious about that, and then the timeline, I guess, from 2005 to now 2019, what was going on during that time? So that would be helpful. And then when we say the 2 units an acre, I just want to clarify, that is not literally 2 units on an acre. It's when you divide all the number of units with the amount of acreage.
That's correct. It's not
Okay.
half-acre lots.
Okay.
It is 71.6 times 2.
Okay.
And the smaller lots. And the reason for that is because the maintaining those wetlands, the PD permits density to be transferred off of those wetlands rather than impacted.
Okay. And then, and this may be for people that may be speaking, when I'm looking at the PUDZ versus, like the current zoning versus the proposed, I'm not seeing big drastic changes. So I would assume then there may be just issues with more, so the rear buffer, when we talk about 90-foot buffer versus 70-foot buffer being a big issue. I don't know. Yeah, I guess that's for residents that may be wanting to speak. Because when I'm looking at this chart, I'm not seeing too much. So I'd be interested to see what some of the issues may be. So that's all. Thank you, Peggy.
I have a question, or actually 2 questions. Is it staff's opinion, and you went through a lot of information, but I want to boil it down, that this plan is consistent with our comp plan?
The future land use is, we believe, consistent with the comprehensive plan. We also believe that the PD itself is consistent with the comprehensive plan.
Okay, and with the rezoning with the zoning code?
Yes,
Consistent?
sir, we do.
Okay, thank you. Okay, any other questions? I see no lights on that. At this point, we'll close, we'll keep the open. Ask the clerk to read the cards.
Excuse me,
The applicant first.
Excuse me 1 second, I need to clarify. We made a recommendation about the reduction of the cul-de-sac length. That should be done to be consistent with the code and would be reviewed further when we get to the next step of the process. So I just want to clarify that those recommendations that we've included, including the one where we would like to, staff would like to see additional recreational facilities, but the code does allow a wetland or a lake to be considered recreation if you do benches. It's very minor. That's why the council directed us to look at the definition of open space and the amenities required, because I think there's a lot of concern about whether that's adequate.
Okay, when we get to the voting part, would you remind us of some of these details, which are no doubt important? Before I let the applicant come up, I want to tell everybody that the applicant does get to go first, and according to our rules of these type of ordinances and so forth, they will be allowed a rebuttal. Each speaker that comes up, with the exception of the applicant, will be allowed 3 minutes. You may ask for additional time if you would like it. So we will just proceed there. Will you call the first card, please?
You got that first.
Our applicant,
Oh, I'm
Kim
sorry, I did
Razonka.
it again, Kim. I get so used to it, but yes, you go first, certainly. I just said that, didn't I?
Good evening, Mayor, members of
evening.
City Council. My name is Kim Razonka. I'm here on behalf of AG Ventures LLC. With me is Chad Giannone, the representative of AG Ventures LLC. I do also want to compliment your staff. I've come in late to this project and have worked with Ms. Busaka and your city attorney to try to flesh out some of these issues that have arisen over the time. This was a negotiated plan between the applicant and staff. It's taken over a year to get to this point. I know you all remember the transmittal hearings, several P&Z transmittal hearings as well. This does have a lot of information. I'm going to repeat some of the information. I apologize. I'll try to reduce it, but sometimes hearing it twice is helpful as well. We are here because there has been a change of circumstances or conditions that justify this rezoning. And I know that sounds awkward, but there is support that says 8 to 10 years of non-development of the property constitute a change of conditions. That's from a 5th District Court of Appeal case called Orange County versus Gardner. Here, we've had 15 years of non-development of these 71.76 acres. AG Ventures purchased this property in 2004. In 2005, AG Ventures obtained a binding development plan from the county, which was 112 lots. It was SR zoning was contemplated. For some reason, they did the binding development plan before the rezoning, which is very unusual. That was back in 2005. So they anticipated 2 units to the acre. There was a 2-village plan with 111 units, 6,000 square foot lots, which was presented to the county. And there was a binding development plan that did have 10,890 square foot minimum lot size, but this is not what happened with the zoning from what I can tell from the documents I have. And I have that plan for you that was submitted to the county. I don't know if it was approved or not, but it's that 2-village concept, which you'll probably hear from the residents tonight. That agreement was with the county, and it was based upon county ordinances. It was an open space subdivision, which was, I guess, similar to what became your PUDZ ordinance in 2006. That binding development plan by its own terms expired once it annexed into the city. It says it's null and void, and I don't think you guys recognize other BDPs from the county anyway. The zoning here was given PUDZ. Again, it was 2006. That was a brand new ordinance for the city of Titusville. The PUDZ, as you know, has been changed. It's now just a PD ordinance. It's a very complicated process. This zoning was never completed. They did the PUDZ zoning, but they would be required to come back to P&Z and City Council 3 more times to finalize their zoning. And that would be for the conceptual master plan, the preliminary master plan, and the final master plan. So in my opinion, that PUD zoning was never completed. And now you have a new PD ordinance from 2017. The PUD zoning was found not to be practical or economically feasible by AG Ventures LLC. That's why they haven't developed it in so long. I'm sorry, it was 2017 the PD zoning was adopted. Housing demand has increased, so AG Ventures now looks at developing this site again. Unfortunately, housing construction costs have gone way up, as development costs have since 2006. According to Mr. Giannone, the value of these lots today are approximately half of the value in 2006. As you know, there's been no new subdivisions, very little development in this area for years and years and years. The last plat was the Brandywine North plat in 1991, and the most recent house I could find in the area was 2004, and that's Mr. Scraggs, who will likely testify. I think he already spoke to you during the public comment. Regarding the comprehensive plan amendment requested, Res 2 is requested for the future land use. As Ms. Bisaka said, that's what's all around it in the county, 2 units to the acre. This was requested to be PUD, but that was changed at the hearings before the transmittal hearings to go from PUD to Res 2. The PD zoning is going to be limited to 143 units. This is down from 162 units. That's what was before you at the transmittal hearings. Originally, the developer, the applicant, wanted 5 units to the acre, as Ms. Bisaka stated. The PD zoning was actually recommended by your staff, and this was over a year ago. And if you know, your PD zone allows for more flexibility and to allow for open space, protect wetlands, to promote efficient and economical land use, and really is a negotiation with City Council by your own code. So I know you've gone through this PD ordinance. It's different, it's new, you haven't done a lot of them, but it is intended to be a negotiation, and it is intended to have more flexibility. And as you've seen, there's some changes from the PUDZ from the setbacks and the size of the lots and the number of lots. Your code states that the PD standards should protect the health, safety, and welfare of the general public to a greater extent than would be possible under standard zoning hearings. And I suggest to you that here you are protecting to the health, safety, and welfare by allowing this PD zoning. And here are the reasons. One, you're going to have a dedication of a 10-foot right-of-way along a substandard county road. So you can put those sidewalks in if you want to on JJ Road to allow access to the park to the east. You're going to have greater setbacks from the north and the east of the adjacent properties than you would get in normal zoning. AG Ventures could come in here with a Res 2 zoning and do some other zoning category where you wouldn't have the open space, you'd only have 20-foot buffers. So you are getting greater buffers by this plan. You'll have fire suppression system in each home. The water mains and sewer will be extended to this property to create a loop, thereby improving the water system in the area. And that was, Ms. Busaka testified to that at the planning and zoning hearing. And people will have the option if they want to hook up or not. But you will have water and sewer where you did not have it before, and it's quite a lengthy extension of the sewer. There will be, there's going to be additional on-site retention at the northeast corner near the cul-de-sac. There was a new retention pond put up there, if you recall, that cul-de-sac area. So that will help some of the flooding concerns from the neighbors. Hopefully will help. And again, it will allow the property to develop to increase the city tax base, which hasn't been developed in 15 years. If you look at the surrounding area, as I mentioned, there's been very little development in 15 years. Most are older manufactured homes, and they're small homes. Now, they're on big lots, and they provide their own buffer to this project. So when they say they're not going to have buffers, this could be developed as a regular single-family home with, push 20 feet from the property lines. I do have a packet for you. And I think I have one for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I do, and I would ask that the city manager give his packet to the city clerk when it. Most of this packet I presented to planning and zoning. I also presented to planning and zoning the entire traffic report. I'm only giving you a part of it with the recommendations. I do have the full copy if anyone wants to see the full copy, but it is in the record as presented at planning and zoning. The first page is just to show you, as Ms. Busaka has said, it's that very large parcel in green. This is to show you that this is somewhat of an island in the county. It is a large parcel, and it's an unusual parcel. It came in during the height of the building market, and there were reasons because the developer wanted the city water. So that is one of the reasons they came into the city. There are various zonings all around it. There's mostly single-family homes to the north, to the east, and to the south, north and west and south. North, east, and south. And to the west is commercial. And you do have some industrial way along the river there. The next is similar to what's in your packet. It is an aerial. It was actually taken from the planning and zoning packet from February 6th. And I have listed on here the residents have expressed concerns. And that's just to show you where they're located. I have a couple others here. To the west, I have an R marked. That is the Rivera's home. This was a 1958 house, and it's only 936 feet. Now, granted, it's on the west side of US 1. To the north, more towards the west, is an H, and that is, I believe it's Miss Huddleston, and that is a 1983 manufactured home that's 840 square feet. Those lots in that area are about 1.5 acres, and this is the this is a plat that I'll show you later. Those identified with a letter are later in your packet. And again, this is to show you what's in the area, that most of them have substantial buffers because they're so large, and to show you the age of the homes and the size of the homes, because these homes will be larger than many of these, and this will be new development, which you haven't had in this area. Mr. Scraggs was the first one. He's to the east. He is the most recent development in 2004. You have Mr. John Thayer. He's to the south. That's a 1,300 square foot house built in 1980. You have the Franklins to the east, actually to the east of the Scraggs. And again, this is a 1 acre lot. These are larger lots. It was built in 1981 and it's at 1,380 square feet. Then you have the Quarters, which is immediately to the south of this property, 1996, a larger home, 1,761 square feet. The Wilkinsons to the east and to the east of the Franklins. This is a 1980 home. It's about 1,200 square feet. And you have the Shasinskis there to the immediate north, and this is a 1979 house, 1,344 square feet. The next document is the Brandy Grove Park Second Edition plat, and that is what is to the north. That was a 1982 plat, and it's closer than the Brandywine plat that I had mentioned, but it's an older plat. And that is where Miss Mary Huddleston resides, and I just picked a home on a 0.5 acre lot to show what was in the area. It's an 840 square foot home built in 1983. And then there's Mr. Rivera's property information that I mentioned earlier. These are all individuals that have spoken before you and before Planning and Zoning, and they have concerns. Mr. Giannoni has tried to address the citizens' concerns by having 2 meetings with them. He's substantially reduced the size of the lots, and he has increased the size of the houses and increased the size of the buffers. One of the issues that has been raised is the traffic on JJ Road. This is 3 pages of the traffic impact analysis of over 60 pages. This was for 162 units. So this is even for more development than is being requested now at 142 units. The first page shows that what was done, the roadway segments. Actually, they reviewed JJ Road from the site to US 1. That would be heading to the west, and the intersection at JJ Road and US Highway 1. The next page, which says it's page 10, has the conclusions and recommendations. In the second paragraph, it says, all of the roadway lengths and intersections analyzed met traffic concurrency requirements in both the pre-development scenario and the post-development scenario without any additional turn lanes or other improvements. Under the section that states conclusions and recommendations, states the roadway network in the vicinity of the site can generally accommodate the proposed site traffic without substantial degradation to the roadway network in the vicinity of the site. The analysis did not reveal any traffic concurrency violations, and it said that there would be no signal warrants at US 1 and JJ or US 1 and Parish. Another issue raised of concern is flooding. As you know, the pre-development water must be retained, the same as the post-development water on site. Added retention to help with any flooding that may be in the area, and that this is really a site plan issue, that there will be engineers designing the stormwater program plans, and your engineer will be reviewing it. Density was raised as a concern. That's down from 162 units to 143 units. Buffering was raised as a concern. Mr. Giannoni increased the buffers on the north and the east. And if you look at your plan, if you look on the north side, it has buffering, I believe it's 70 feet is what is required. And that is from the setback line of the lot to the property line. There was some confusion about that, and there is some inconsistency in your report. But the recommendation says, and the PD ordinance should say, that the buffering is from the setback line to the property line. And that's to the north is 70 feet, and then along the east is 70 feet as well. And again, these are buffering large lots that have very large distances between this development. And these buffers are more substantial than you would get in straight zoning because this is a negotiated plan. The citizens raised concerns about decreased property values. AG Ventures says these homes will sell in the range from $200,000 to $250,000, which will increase property values, not decrease them. Regarding the road, The county allowed 112, the city previously allowed 112. The traffic report says there's no degradation. And your staff report says that the roads are sufficient, the infrastructure is sufficient. Trying to find it. It's under page 8 of 14. Public streets are adequate to access the property. And it talks about the dedication of the roadway assisting with that. Wetlands protection was raised as an issue. And as stated, AG Ventures will agree to place all the wetlands to be preserved in conservation easements. And I have added this to a draft change to the PD ordinance for your review later in the packet. The wetlands were inspected by St. Johns River Water Management District. They were on site in July and August of 2018, and the delineations that are in your package were approved by St. Johns. There have been changes, there have been changes made since you've last seen this based upon the 2 meetings with the residents. The density has been decreased to 2 units to the acre. There's increased buffering. Only 1-story houses on the eastern border next to the Scraggs. There's added on-site retention near lots 104 and 107, that big retention pond near the cul-de-sac. Minimum square footage of 1,200 square foot, up from 1,000 square feet. The PUD Z zoning currently on the property only requires 900 square feet. And the applicant is fine with reducing the length of the cul-de-sac. There's no issue with that. That was an oversight. It just hasn't been fixed. Next in your package, you have the village concept. This is what was submitted to the county. I do not know if it was approved, but this is the county zoning of SR. It has 6,000 square foot lots. It has an 80-foot buffer on the eastern border. And it's measured the same way from the setback line to the development line. And this was January of 2006. It also had 2 entrances, which I don't think anyone really wants 2 more entrances on JJ Road. I do have in your packet just revised handwritten ordinance, and it's all of the ordinance for the PD zoning, but the last page is where I added some language, if that's helpful to you. Under 1.10 natural resources, states that all wetlands to be preserved will be placed in a conservation easement. And then 1.11 buffering, that the buffer shall be established between the perimeter of the development and the setback line of any single-family lot. With that, I would request approval of the comprehensive plan amendment to Res 2 for the entire 71.76 acres, knowing that the wetlands will be placed in conservation easements. The staff has recommended approval of that entire Res 2 in opposition to what P and Z recommended. Also, I would request that you approve the PD zoning for the reasons stated in your staff report, including the staff comment that the planned development is similar in intensity and allowable uses as compared to zoning and existing development in the area. That's straight out of your staff report. This is a proper PD development. PD ordinance has negotiated with your staff for well over a year. There has been compromises based upon the concerns of those that live nearby. This allows development on property that has been incomplete zoning and hasn't been developed for 15 years. It increases the right-of-way safety, and it will increase property values. With that, I thank you.
Member Jordan, hello.
Yeah, you gave us a lot of information for sure.
Yes, sir.
What's scary is I understood exactly what you were saying. That was really scary for sure. You said something, and I appreciate, all the things that the developer is trying to do to, make sure everyone is happy as much as possible. But you said something about the homes will have fire suppression?
Yes.
How is that?
That is based upon the fire code. Ms. Busaka may be able to explain that better, but that was a condition. I think it's because of the roadway perhaps, or because of the configuration. I'm not real sure, but that was a condition that was agreed to.
Based on the distance between the buildings and the time that it would take a fire department to get there and mobilize, the code says that the authority having jurisdiction, the fire chief, can request additional mitigation standards. One of those is to actually put sprinklers in single-family residential homes. It's, the fire chief believes that in the next few years that will probably be mandatory for all homes. The state of Florida is apparently one of the few places that has never adopted that part of the NFIP. So I understand that the cost is about $2,000 to $3,000.
It's expensive,
additional, but it works pretty well, I guess.
Well, I'm just, to me, that'd be ugly, because what I'm thinking about is the sprinkler heads coming out of the seat. Is that what they're asking?
Yes, sir, that is.
Okay.
I'm sure they've come a long way with those systems, but I don't know.
But the concern is that depending on how close the homes are and how long it takes to mobilize, I've learned that there's 17 people on site before the fire department is ready to fight fire and completely consider themselves completely mobilized. And because this facility is not close to a fire station and can't get there promptly, the fact that there's only a 5-foot separation, well, it's a 10-foot separation, but 5 feet on each side, that's the mitigation that the fire chief has asked for.
Okay, but it's not a requirement, it's a request.
I believe it will be a requirement I don't believe their site plan will be approved without it.
Wow, okay. Also, you went from 161 or 162 to 143.
Correct.
Is that your cutoff point?
That is the developer's cutoff point.
Well,
Right. And I'd like to mention, at Planning and Zoning on March 6th, 3 P&Z board members said that they would support 143 as being compatible, yet last week they changed their mind without any reasons. So apparently
Okay.
P&Z had some belief in March that that was compatible.
Okay, all right. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor?
Yeah, just a couple things. Restate to me how many entrances there are to this?
One.
One entrance.
There was 2 with the plan submitted to the county.
Okay, so there's one entrance into the 143 homes, and then you noted that the public streets are adequate, public streets adequate to the property, and that there's only one public street, that would be JJ Road?
Yes, sir.
And JJ Road is, how do you feel about JJ Road?
I have no feelings about JJ Road, but the traffic engineer says it's fine.
I will just tell you, I drove it yesterday just because I knew this was coming up. I had concerns the first time we spoke, and I have concerns now that we have one entrance on JJ Road, and I guess the definition of adequate could be debated. And I'll just leave it at that for now.
And I believe the entrance issue, part of that is usually fire suppression as well, and for emergencies, and that would be covered by the sprinklers. Usually that's the fire marshal has to approve only one entrance for over a certain number of homes. I've seen that here in your city as well as other jurisdictions.
Okay.
City Attorney?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. At the beginning of this, you mentioned some of the rules regarding speaking. I'd like to touch on a couple other procedural matters if I could at this time. If anyone does have any photographs, sketches, or documents you want the city to consider, they must be submitted to the clerk and they will be retained by the city. I also want to confirm with the city clerk that all of this agenda item has been properly advertised. We had a council member previously mention receiving an email, so I'd like to cover this as well. Although this comp plan amendment is legislative, we do have the zoning aspect. Have any council members visited the site or spoken to any members of the public regarding this item to be reviewed? I'd also like to specify in the event you've received written communication please identify who provided that written communication, the substance of the communication, and that should be provided as part of the record so that that can be disclosed at the meeting. So if you've had any conversations, this would be the time to disclose who you had the conversation with or who you received the communication with, the substance of the communication.
You want to go?
I was just going to say what I just stated, and that is that I just drove JJ Road for the concerns that I had. But
And any opinions you have based on your site visit, which I think you just stated.
I would say that I drove the road, and it is the road. It is what it is.
Fair enough.
I received an email from Laura Lee Thompson regarding this. I did not respond, so we did not have any conversation. The extent of the email was about her history of being on the P&Z board while she was for the county back in 2005. She remembers the item, and she is not in favor of what is being proposed tonight, that it should go back to how it was back in 2005 with that agreement. Thank you.
I received that same email, and I think the other one mentioned as well, Huddleston, I think. I think there was one other email, but I didn't answer either one of them. Had no interaction.
Suggest that email be provided as part of
No, I don't think you.
Well, one was a letter, or same thing you received, right? Okay.
No other questions? Okay.
No, there was no discussion on it. Okay, anything else, City Attorney?
No, sir.
Okay, we may come back to you in a few minutes. I'm going to address the speakers that are coming up. I assume most of you are in opposition. There are some other things I would ask, since there's probably going to be many of you speaking this evening. Please don't be as non-redundant as you can. If everybody keeps repeating the same things over and over, it's just going to take time and accomplish nothing. In addition, you each have 3 minutes, as I mentioned to you. We have in the past, and unless council has some problem with it, allowed people to give their time to another speaker. That is here. You can't give it because you know somebody's name or something. They have to be here and willing to give you their time. If you wish to do that, you can do that. So with that, Clerk, would you read the cards? Start reading the cards, please. How many cards do we have altogether, by the way?
Yes, sir, 17 cards.
Okay.
The first is Stan Johnston. I'm not sure if he's still here.
Now there's 16. Next, please.
We have Ronald Barcher.
Name and address for the record, please.
Ronald Barcher, 3431 Grant Line Road, Mims. I just handed a document. There seems to be some confusion about what was in the county, when this project went to the county, and this is a copy of the BDP that I got off of the Clerk of Court's website. This development was originally approved in 2005 for 107 lots of 10,890 square feet each. In addition, he agreed to pay all water and sewer line extension fees. So no wells, no septic tanks. He agreed not to use potable water for irrigation, which you might want to consider. And he agreed to have 80 to 90 feet of landscape buffers around the north and east property lines. This latest proposal has a 40% increase in the number of lots and a corresponding decrease in the lot size to 6,000 square feet. This is definitely not compatible with the existing development around there. The existing development is mostly 1 acre lots with a few slightly smaller lots. The proposed development is not 1/3 of an acre or 1/4 of an acre or 1/5 or 1/6 or even 1/7 of an acre. It's just not compatible. I have a second point. Probably nothing can be done about it, but if there was, it was possible for you all to review how this property was actually annexed into the city. To be annexed in the city, property has to be contiguous with the city, and this property was not contiguous to the city. Contiguous is a term that's defined in section 171:31:11 of the Florida statutes, meaning that a substantial part of the boundary has to be, of the territory sought to be annexed, is contiguous with a part of the boundary of the municipality. No part of this property touched city property. So good policy, you know, you're supposed to be making good policy, would say that this annexation should never have been allowed. Please deny this request. Thank you.
1 second, sir. I have a question for you, sir. The approval you spoke of in 2004, I believe?
2005
was that at the county level or the city level?
was at county level.
Okay, so that's a complete different thing.
Yeah.
I want to also answer your question on contiguous, and I'm going to turn to the city attorney to correct me if I'm incorrect. We have a provision that allows for it to be not non-contiguous if it's a voluntary situation?
This annexation was many years ago. It's not the issue before you, and I really cannot speak as to the annexation, other than tell you we can do annexations under a joint plan agreement with the county, which could have been in place at the time, which would have been another requirement. So I can only tell you, I have no reason to believe the annexation was improper in any way. Time to object is, I'm sure, exhausted.
Yeah, I
want to tell you there are other ways to annexation, and it was probably part of a joint plan agreement. I'll defer to staff who may have more facts in that case. I certainly do not have the facts of this annexation.
I was reviewing a Stetson law review article, and that's where they talked about contiguous and how they defined it and whether it was, and make no difference whether it was voluntary or not, it still has to be contiguous. And in that law article, they did refer to a funny little situation called a corner contiguity, where the only thing that was in contiguous was the corner of 2 points. And that's close to what is have here, with the exception of the fact there is an actual road between the two. Although the law does say it doesn't make any difference.
I'm sorry. I'm not an attorney, so I can
Neither am I. I'm just
little latitude. I'm familiar with many cases that were annexed with the proviso in the annexation that when they became contiguous, they wanted to get city water and sewer. And when they became contiguous, it said in the agreement that they would annex into the city. So I know that has happened.
Yeah.
And I don't know what the law was back then. I can't
And to address your point of there may have been an agreement with the county, I know that there was an interlocal agreement between the city and the county. I haven't been able to find a copy of it, so I don't know what it said.
Yeah,
And it may be perfect.
My point is,
I just wanted to bring that up.
Yes, sir.
Because I didn't understand it when I looked at it, and I was hoping maybe somebody on here, had the history that they could tell me what's going on.
Well, I'm giving you the history that I know, sir, and I also feel that I don't think anything improper was done because I've seen it many, many times come to fruition.
Okay.
So, thank you, sir.
Thank you for your time.
Next card, please.
John Thayer. Am I pronouncing your name correctly?
My name is John Thayer. I live on JJ Road on the south side from this development. I keep hearing this 2 homes per acre. Back in '88, when I moved out in that area, it wasn't 2 acres or 2 homes per acre. It was 1 home for that piece of property. Now, zoning has changed, okay? Now it's 2 homes per acre. But that doesn't make a difference because that's how we bought our property out there. And that's the whole area. It was the county. And now they're trying to put in a subdivision across the street from us. And it's 171 acres. Now, the wetlands, as I'm understanding, is 9-point-something acres. And so in the P&Z, they determined that it was 8-point-something. So if you take that off of 71, that only leaves you, I wrote it down here, what was it? 126 homes, not 142, because 8 from 71 is 63 acres as they can build on. So times that by 2 is 126. So that's still more than what really is allowed if the wetlands are, a point of this. Another thing is the impact on wildlife in the area. I know you've all seen the bear going up through Port St. John, Titusville and stuff, heading north because it got pushed out of its environment. We have a lot of wildlife in the area. We got gopher tortoises, many different birds, got geese, turkeys, just many things, as far as wildlife. And if they put in this development, it's just all gonna be pushed out and we ain't gonna have none of this. I have a question for anybody on this panel. Florida panther, is that an endangered species of Florida? Is it protected by Florida law? Because we have a Florida panther that lives in that area. We have seen it, many people have seen it. A person on Hammock Road has it on camera, on his cameras on his business back there. So it is in the area. So are you gonna push him out of his domain also? Because he lives in that area and people have seen him. So, and the wetland stuff, all this water runoff, it's gonna go to the chain of lakes. Can I have about a minute more?
1
Just
minute?
1 minute, yeah.
Council? I have a motion to give you 1 minute. All those in favor say yes. Yes. Any opposed? Go right
Thank
ahead.
you. All the water runoff is going to go to the chain of lakes, and that backs up me on the south side because chain of lakes filled in all the ditch lines, so it has nowhere for my water to go, so it just backs up on mine. But all that water dumps into the lagoon, and we're spending thousands and thousands of dollars trying to clean up the lagoon, and all this water's going right into the lagoon, even from this subdivision that's going to be put in, because that's a lot of runoff that's going to go down through there and siphon off into the lagoon. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Any questions?
No, sir.
No? All right, thank you.
Ms. Busaka, how does the acreage relate if it's used for a different purpose than the housing? The question he just proposed before, or maybe the city attorney can?
I think he's asking about the density, if it was conservation land use versus a conservation
Oh,
easement.
yes, thank you very much. I think his calculations are correct, that if the recommendation of planning and zoning were to be adopted, that the conservation area would remain on about 8 acres of wetlands. I think the motion was 8.33. And the remainder of that would then go to 2 units an acre. So the multiplication, the way I've done it, would be 126 units as well.
Okay, thank you. Next card, please.
Mary Ann Wilkinson.
Next.
Terry Franklin.
Terry Franklin, JJ Road, Titusville. Just first want to thank the council for allowing us an opportunity to speak about our concerns and issues for this development. I may be repetitive, I'll try not to. There are still concerns and compatibility issues for this development, as well as environmental impacts on surrounding properties and the Indian River Lagoon. The environmental assessment report prepared on February 8, 2019 lists several concerning factors, and we hope you've had an opportunity to read this, but it mainly addresses the wetlands and the elevation differences on the property. For number one, we'll talk about the roadway. I wanted to remind council that according to the city's LDRs 33-5A2, a planned development shall be located with respect to arterial and collector streets as to provide direct access to such PD without creating or generating traffic along local streets and residential areas outside of the PD. The PUD regulation has the same language. In an email dated July 6, 2018 from Brevard County Traffic Operations, the county has confirmed that JJ is a rural local road inside a rural area. Additionally, the traffic studies prepared in April 2006 and November 2018 classify JJ as a local roadway. The staff report indicates an agreement by the developer to dedicate the 10 feet of right-of-way so that the roadway meets city standards regarding the width. However, we are concerned that 10 feet on paper is not going to offset the increase in traffic should this development move forward. The April 2006 traffic study indicates the developer was required to install turn lanes on JJ and US 1 under the county development. We feel that those improvements are probably warranted and should be considered for with any approval of this renewed project. The other concern we have is the zoning and density. You've heard about that. The proposed PD zoning and current PUD zoning is inconsistent with the rural area and creates higher densities than the existing in the area. We believe there are opportunities to right-size the map and move forward with more compatible zoning for this property regardless of who the developer is. The developer mentioned that under the county jurisdiction, the property would have been suburban residential, SR. If you read the county SR zoning regulations, it says that that is a minimum half-acre lots and a minimum 1,300 square feet living area. Additionally, a more recent annexation of another parcel in JJ was given the compatible zoning designation of RR, which is also half-acre lots. You may also recall or have heard reference to the MEMS small area plan. This study resulted in restrictions for development lying east of US 1 to lessen the impacts on the Indian River Lagoon. We believe that council should take into consideration this study and the review process as mentioned in your regulations in section 33-8 of the LDRs, which says that under review criteria, any other small area plans, design standards, or visioning plans that apply to the area in which the development is located shall be considered. You heard and you know by now that there was a binding development plan for this development with Brevard County, which held it to a maximum of 112 units and homes at a minimum of 1,350 square feet. The plan also required buffers, as you heard, to the north and east, 90 feet and 80 feet. But what you didn't hear is that buffer included a 36-foot conservation easement that would not have any structures in that easement nor any structures within 20 feet of that easement. To answer the annexation dilemma, I think it can be answered because it's pretty clear in the minutes from the October 18, 2006 P&Z meeting and the October 24, 2006 council meeting, which I have copies of, that the developer agreed they would hold to the previous binding development plan as a condition of annexation into the city. As a result of those two meetings, the Brooks Landing was annexed and a master plan approved by the city at 1.57 units per acre. That is also listed in Ordinance 3-2014. let's see, I lost my track. Based upon all the information regarding the developer agreements, promises that we've discussed with the developer, I know there was mention about the PD being a negotiation factor for the PD, but just so you know, we did have 2 meetings with the developer. The last one was in February. If you recall, we were before council then. The suggestion for the 100 or the lesser land use was by council, and we haven't had any meetings with the developer since, so there really hasn't been a negotiation with the developer from a resident standpoint. So we do object to the rezoning to PD or any zoning that would increase density. Instead, we ask council to consider a more compatible zoning, such as the rural residential for this property, and obviously the conservation of the wetlands that exist.
Your time is up, ma'am.
Okay.
It's up, ma'am.
Okay.
Your time is up.
Oh, I'm sorry, was that 6 minutes? Okay,
Yes, ma'am.
okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, wait, 1 second, please. We have a question here.
Oh.
Terry, were you around back when 2006, when it switched to this PUDZ zoning? So after the annexation happened and this zoning came about, do you remember any of that?
No, unfortunately, I was not a resident of
Okay.
JJ Road then. I was in the city, but not
Okay.
JJ Road.
To me, that's just the confusing part, I guess. I see I might want to see those minutes too.
Sure.
Just if that was an agreement of the annexation, obviously, we're here today with current PUDZ zoning. And we got to make the best decision based off what the current zoning is and what's proposed. But to me, there just seems like there's a lot of confusion and stuff happening during.
Yeah, I think you'll hear from some of the other residents that were there, that shook the developer's hand, that they had
Right,
those
right.
agreements. So there's no confusion on our part.
Right.
At what was agreed to.
And then, so have you guys discussed, I guess, and this is where the dilemma is being up here sitting in these chairs, if this were to not go through, the current zoning to me seems, if the developer just goes with the current zoning, are you guys still going to have issues?
Well, I think under the current zoning, they're limited to the 112 units.
Okay. Peggy, is that correct? Yep.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so that would help, that would alleviate a big concern of you guys?
In addition to the buffers.
Okay.
We obviously are looking for those buffers. The biggest issue, though, I think, was the roadway classification, because under the city zone ordinance, neither zoning is allowed on JJ Road. So I know that there was mention about compromises for doing the amenities in the development in lieu of the 2 entrances, in lieu of building on JJ Road. But I just want to remind you, the Chain of Lakes Park is right across the street in walking distance. So why would we have amenities in this subdivision when you can walk across the street? So to me,
Okay.
that shouldn't have been a negotiation.
And then to clarify, if I'm understanding correctly, you guys like JJ Road to stay the same, more rural. However, if a subdivision does come in, you would want it to maybe have a traffic signal or a turn lane or something
I
to
think-
accommodate for.
Yeah, I don't think necessarily a traffic signal is warranted, but I do think that there needs to be some improvements to JJ. I think that was recognized by the county. If anyone has ever traveled and tried to turn on JJ, you about get rear-ended every time you go to turn.
Right.
Because the speed on US 1 is, although it's 55, people are doing 60, 65. And then when you come out of JJ, because of the way the road is designed, it's not coming out at a straight, it's coming out on an angle. So you're trying to look against traffic, which is most oftenly blocked because of the Victoria's restaurant. They park in the right-of-way, and other people park in the right-of-way, and you can't see traffic coming. So I think if you had a turn lane to decelerate into when you're turning onto JJ, that would help with that. As well, if you had a turn lane coming out of JJ, people that were trying to go across the median could, without delaying the traffic that's trying to turn right, if that makes sense.
Okay. All right, thank you.
All right.
I have a question, City Attorney. Is the city bound by any determinations or agreements or whatever the county made prior to it being annexed? I heard statements about them saying it was rural.
You're referencing the binding development plan that's been referenced and was provided?
Well, that's one part of it. The other part is there were some sort of determinations that it was a rural thing, and at that time it may
I just
have been.
wanted to point out under this binding development plan, which has been provided, that was with Brevard County, it states that in the event the subject property is annexed into the municipality and rezoned, this agreement shall be null and void.
So we're not bound by any of
No,
those
sir.
agreements? Okay, thank you. Member Jordan?
I had a question for Terry, and she just sat down. You're not done yet, young lady. Member Stoker actually hit on something that it always bothers me about when a new development comes in and we got existing people. I try to put myself in the same place as someone who's going to be impacted by it. Would you say that this developer is certainly trying to compromise to make everybody happy with their development?
Quite frankly, just the opposite. We actually, the first meeting, he didn't have any information from us. All we were given was just a proposed sketch of what the development was. The second meeting became, because it was asked by P&Z or council for them to have a second meeting with us. At the second meeting, we voiced our concern about the densities, about the prior agreements, and he just flat out told us there's no negotiation. If I can't build 162 homes, then it's not feasible. And that was pretty much the end of our conversations.
Okay, but as you can see, it's not 162 homes anymore, it's 143. So you're happy with that part? Yes.
I'm happy with the decrease, but I don't think that it's at the density that it needs to be.
And you're feeling that way because of what? Because what I'm looking at, and I'm not saying I'm for or against this thing, but I'm trying to be reasonable here, because you do have a developer who has some land, who is trying to make some money off of this and also accommodate our growing population. So the first thing I heard was about the road, and Member Diesel even talked about the road, and I'm hearing the developer is giving another 10 feet. You don't think that's adequate. But then you said that if it was a turn lane in there, then that would be acceptable, number one, right?
You have to remember the 10 feet is just on paper. They're not widening the road.
No, I understand
Okay.
that, but if there's
So that's
improvements
why-
that has to be to the road, there will be room for them to do that, number one. And second of all, there was a traffic study done, if I remember right. You don't need a traffic light there, for
Correct.
sure. And the traffic studies from 2 or 3 different places said that that road is adequate for the amount of space, and it was 163 residents at the time, and then now it's down to 143 houses, residents, right?
Yeah. That
So-
143, though, came about because of the change in the land use. You have to remember, the developer was asking for a different land use, and council voted to make it a lesser land use. So that came about the 104. He didn't voluntarily do
Right.
that.
But that,
Okay.
but that doesn't matter, because
No, I'm
what we're
just-
doing
but
is
you-
we're
yeah.
reducing the number of residences that
Right.
you had a concern
But
about.
it's still, and you have to look at the other factor, from 112 to 143, what that increase in density. So their comment about decrease in the density really isn't true if you look at the original plan that was approved by the city
Okay.
at 1.57 units an acre.
I understand. So also, when it came down to the buffer zone, you have a very large buffer zone, especially on the east side, correct? And that should be acceptable to the neighbors, correct?
Well, if you look at the plan, that 70 feet, just so we're clear, that 70 feet, only 20 of that is undisturbed. The rest of it is part of the person's lot.
No, I understand
Okay.
that, but you still have that buffer between the back of the person's house and maybe the back of the person's house who's east of that, correct? And there's a lot of land between that. So it's more than 70 feet. That is just open space. in the east area, because one of the things the developer said he would do is make sure there are single-story homes
Right.
there, correct? So that's a compromise also,
Correct.
and that would be something acceptable to the neighbors,
Yes,
correct?
that was actually one of our suggestions that he did agree to.
Okay.
Yeah.
So even though there wasn't any communication, as you said, you can agree that there was a lot of changes that should be acceptable to the neighbors surrounding it. Yeah.
There have been changes, but they're not positive changes.
The 70-foot
They're not
buffer is not
moving-
positive?
Well, it depends on how you look at it. If you go from the 112 to 143, or if you go from the 162, which we knew wasn't feasible to begin with, to the 143.
So just get to the bottom line. What would make the neighbors happy in your
Oh,
opinion?
we would have been glad to talk to Mr. Gianni about it, but we think that there needs to be no increase in the density. For not just because we want larger lots or the compatibility with area, but for environmental reasons. We just heard about the equation. If you do the equation, that's 126. So we're not far off from what he originally agreed to what physically can be built on the property. Also, we're concerned about another phase that he mentioned to us where he's looking to acquire property just north of this that will go out to Parish Road. So now we're talking about more property being annexed into the city and this becoming a larger development. In fact, that's the reason for the cul-de-sac, because that's where it was going to connect. I don't know if he's still trying to acquire that property. We have not heard any more from him, but we have to look to the future because this isn't, all that we're talking about.
Okay, and last question, you're getting water and
Will the
sewer.
audience please refrain from disturbing the people that are talking up here, please?
All right, so as far as the water and sewer, is that a positive thing?
That is, excuse me, that is a positive thing. We do support that because we're all on private wells, as Ms.
Right.
Busaka said. So we would be in favor of that because if they had the private wells, even for irrigation, it would deplete the aquifer, which could allow salt water to intrude into our wells, and then we would have no water at all. So we do support that.
So you do support that, okay. There was one other question. I was trying to listen intently to what you said, and I forgot what my question was, so I'll leave it like
Okay.
that for sure. So thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. Next card, please.
Randy Scragg.
Name and address again, sir, please.
Randy Scragg, 2160 East JJ Road. And I have been involved with this Brooks Landing project for 13 years, and I've lived on JJ for 38 years. It started out in the county with the end result on a binding development plan for 107 homes. The binding agreement says maximum number of lots is 112. The handshake, we settled at 107. They annexed this, excuse me, they annexed it into the city, and the builder got up and spoke for the project. Then we got up and we made the council aware that we had already had an agreement in the county, and they didn't know that. So they asked the developer if this was true, and he said yes. And the city council said, you're going to do what you promised to people in the county, except for you're going to put 2 entrances and exits. And the developer agreed. And it was voted on unanimously unanimously, everyone voted yes. So then, this all happened in 2005. And then today, we're up here, they're asking for 143 homes. And JJ Road doesn't meet the requirements for this property to be in the city. And we've talked about what they're going to do, relocate power lines, underwater drainage, fire hydrants, power poles, all this stuff. That 10 foot's going to be just on paper unless they do a lot of work. And let's see here. And I think while they had 2 entrances and exits, and I think I may be wrong about why one of these entrances and exits went away was because of the sprinklers. And maybe staff can help me on that or clarify it. And if this is a part of the reason they did away with one of the exits, the water sprinklers aren't going to help a heart attack, because we got large trucks using this roadway. And if they break down or have an accident in front of this only entrance, first responders can't get to somebody in the back having some heart attack or something like that. The letting runoff of 143 homes does not help the sad situation in our river today.
Your time is up, sir.
Can I have some more time, please?
I would suggest that there's somebody in the audience that doesn't want their time, that you would pass it on. There's one out there.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. The developer says it's not feasible to build 107 homes. And I don't think it's feasible to let 143 homes of water run off to go into our lagoon. I understand the outflow from Village 1 Pond will run under JJ Road and go into the chain of lakes. I took these pictures Monday. Now, this is the water situation at the end of JJ Road where Pond 1 is going to come into. It's not going anywhere now. And you can see both the pictures. The first one I gave you on top is actually where the ditch ends and goes into the chain of lake. And if the chain of lake is full, then this water out of this ditch don't have anywhere to go. And I understand Village 2 is going to go, the overflow is going to go into the wetland on the northeast corner of this property. And I've lived there for 38 years, and this is the first time I've called and got a quote for flood insurance. It's not a matter of if it's going to happen, it's when. And that's all I had to know. And I was at all these meetings from day one, so if you have any questions, I'd be glad to answer.
Any questions? I see no lights, sir.
Okay.
I do want to make a statement, though it's not a question, that you heard before, that anything that was done between the county and whoever was, according to the contract that the county gave us, was null and void when it became part of the city. So you mentioned that issue. There's no question, sir. I just want to point that out to you. Sir, it's not a question. Next card, please.
Kay St. Ange.
My name is Kay St. Ange, and I live at 2360 Maryland Avenue in North Titusville. The proposed rezoning and density increase would be counterproductive to the intent of the city's tree preservation regulation to protect the environment, capping the units to 112 according to the city's agreement with the developer at annexation, and denying rezoning would better preserve the natural resources and the lagoon. At the June 5 P&Z meeting, Ms. Wazenka stated, quote, "I don't believe that Village 1 and Village 2 will ever be built if this is denied. They will come back with straight zoning, is my opinion. Then you won't have the opportunity to get the additional right-of-way, the sewer, the water changes, and things along those lines, the retention, the saving of the wetlands. He could, in theory, obliterate all the wetlands and mitigate them, which no one wants, end of quote. There is no need for council to agree to Ms. Wazenka's demands for rezoning and higher density. The city planner's report says there will be no development unless the developer provides water and sewage. The wetlands must be preserved or no development should go forward. Brooks Landing is a highly desirable locale adjacent to the lovely chain of Lakes Park. The USDA reports that homes next to parks have an increased value of 8 to 20%. Additionally, trees add 3 to 15% to the value of homes. Builders report there is a high demand for homes with trees. The applicant should be able to successfully develop with a cap of 112 units. On May 23rd, Council agreed to review and enforce the city's tree preservation regulations to preserve as many trees as possible in proposed residential developers. The mayor at that time stated the time for action is now when referring to preserving trees. We urge you to instruct city planners to stringently enforce regulations so as to integrate existing vegetation into these plans. Any oaks found in the old orange grove should be preserved among the houses. Ms. Wazenka pointed out on June 5, there have been no tree surveys done as they are not required at this stage. Without a tree survey, how can council know what density will preserve significant trees? The developer needs a tree survey to design a master plan that preserves all trees 6 inches in diameter. Required tree surveys be submitted prior to the master plan drafting. Only by denying the proposed rezoning and limiting density to 112 units will it be possible to preserve sufficient trees to filter pesticides and fertilizers, thus protecting the lagoon. Thank you very much for your time. Any questions?
Thank you, ma'am. Any questions? I see no lights, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next card, please.
Jenny Scragg.
Hello, City Council. My name is Jenny Scragg. I live at 2160 JJ Road. And first thing I would like to, I guess I should pass, I wanted to pass this out about the buffer. Do I pass them out to everyone or just?
No, just pass them.
Thank you. Do you need one?
No, yeah, my buffer was promised to me an 80-foot buffer. In the very beginning, that was one of my promises that the developer promised me. Well, if you can look and see, he's got on there 20-foot buffer, but if you look, you see it right up there in lots 97 through 103. He's got 20 foot, but that's the extra 50 foot, that goes to that person's house. If they put a swimming pool in there, a shed or anything, that's included in my 70-foot buffer that he's telling me he's giving me, but he promised me an 80-foot. And I just don't think that is fair, going up to that person's house, part of what I was promised. And that didn't work, doesn't work for me. And the Brooks Landing, according to the survey report, says it's 57.92 acres of uplands, 2.62 acres of surface water, and 8.71 of wetlands. And I think the 112 units is sufficient enough for what's buildable, the 57.92. So I think, and then based on the road also, then I also see on staff's comments on the traffic, based on the proposed 143 units, the development has the potential to generate 1,352 trips per day, and that's in the staff's report. On our JJ Road, that's a royal road. I just think it's too much traffic coming on and off US 1, 1,352 for that many homes. And I do want to say that when we went, my husband and I went to the city council meeting back in 2005 or 6, I can't remember, but Member Pettit asked what happened when with what we had with the developer in the meeting, and Mr. Armageddon said that he met with the community, and he would agree that they would hold the binding agreement plan when they had a member with the city, when we had the meeting with the city council. That they were, the binding agreement plan that you are saying are null and void, but right in here on this piece of paper, it's not saying that. And you all want a copy of this paper? Do you have it?
Sure.
Okay. Here's a copy of it.
Thank you.
Well, that's
Ma'am?
all for my minutes, but anyway, I just want you all to see that I'm getting cheated on my buffer, that he's putting it down on paper, I'm getting 70, but I'm only getting 20. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next card, please.
I had a question for
Oh,
Here.
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Ma'am,
Ma'am.
you have a question.
I have a question for you.
I'm sorry.
No, it's
No,
not
it's
your
my fault.
That's okay.
It wasn't your fault.
I'm
It's
sorry.
okay.
I said it was my fault.
Yeah, that's what I said. Okay, need to understand, back of your house to your lot line, how many feet do you have there?
From my house?
Yeah.
I don't think that has anything to do with what my
But I
property line
asked you, I
says.
asked you the question.
I have no clue.
Well,
don't
you're
know.
complaining about a buffer zone. I need to understand. If you want us to make a
Okay,
good decision.
my property line ends, and he's giving me 20 feet, okay? And he's saying he's giving me 70, but I'm only getting 20 because after the 20, that starts
You have to
someone's
speak in the
lot.
mic there.
Oh, that starts someone's lot, and he's saying, well, that's part of my buffer. How can somebody's swimming pool or their shed be part of my buffer?
Well, ma'am, that's what I'm trying to get to. You're talking about someone's future swimming pool. And I'm asking you, what is your footage from the back of your house to your property line? Do you have a 30-foot, 40-foot?
From my
Property
house
line?
to,
The property line?
well, that is my property, and I don't really
Okay,
think that has
you're
anything.
not going to answer me.
I don't
just
think
have-
that has anything to do with
But I'm
my
asking the
buffer.
question, ma'am. I'm
He's-
trying to
he's-
understand. So you're not going to give it to me. That's okay.
I
That's
don't
okay.
know. I couldn't
That's okay.
answer. I
Thank
can
you.
measure it.
No, that's
I couldn't
okay.
tell you, but I'm just saying my property line anyway. That's
okay.
just my argument, what I was promised.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Where are you seeing it on paper where it says 70-foot buffer?
Okay. Oh, in the, even the lady was saying, oh gosh, I forget to talk in this.
It is.
It says, okay, in the staff report, it says minimum 70-foot in a buffer, but it's right here, when I pass that out.
Right, I got this.
Right there, it says 70 foot.
Okay, so then maybe, Ms. Busaka, can you clarify, because it's my understanding that a buffer is in between one person's property and another person's property, not going into either person's property.
What Ms. Rosenka said is that the developer has agreed to 70 feet between the perimeter of the development and the setback line of any single-family lot. So what applicant is discussing is how close will a building be to the adjacent property line? And I think that what Ms. Scragg is talking about is, and I know that Ms. Franklin mentioned it, that at one time there was a 36-foot conservation easement that talked about vegetated buffers. So I think that not only are the distances different, but the two types of buffering being described are different.
Okay, so this, to clarify, this 70-foot quote-unquote buffer does go into someone's property?
Yes.
It goes to their house.
Okay.
Yes.
Up to their, okay.
To the setback line. Now, they may not build to that setback line, but it does go to the setback line.
Okay, and to clarify, again, if we were to not approve this, what could, in theory, the buffer be?
The staff has had some real significant problems with trying to find the actual approved master plan. So I can only tell you that there is 112 units, and that let me get my piece of paper here. 112 units with a 6,050 square feet and a minimum of 55 feet. But this development still has to come back for the master plan. So that would be a discussion that would have to be conducted at council and planning and zoning, because that has not been approved under the PUDZ.
But I guess what would be the minimum buffer that they would have?
Well, the
or
minimum
that we would
buffer is
need to-
20 feet,
Okay,
but that does not, that's from lot line to lot line.
right. Okay. Which is what is being proposed right now? In
The 20 feet.
From lot line to lot line?
The lot line to lot line, plus 50 feet from the lot line
To the house.
setback line. That's not correct. Okay, good, because I'm only
confused.
reading what it says here.
Okay.
Ah, well, the drawing's too small for me to read, so I had to use the words. It says, and I'll read this verbatim, the declaration, along the northern and eastern property boundaries, a minimum 70-foot buffer shall be established between the perimeter of the development and the property setback line of any single-family lot within the development, with the exception of lots 30 and 31. Now, I'd be happy, did you get copies of that? It's
Yeah,
the
let's-
last page of the
Yeah, what page are you
document
on?
that Ms.
That
Rosenka
page,
sent
okay.
out.
Ms. Rosanka will probably clear this up.
Okay,
when
that'd
she
be great.
speaks.
Well, somebody just, because he sounded had a meeting with us to clear up anything, so that would be
Ma'am,
wonderful.
I do have a question for you. You
Sure.
handed me this paper, and you said it was from a city council you went to. These members are members of the P and Z zone at that time. It wasn't a city council meeting. And they don't have the authority to make any kind of agreements. Well, they may have agreed to it, but if I may, ma'am, and you have to go over there on the microphone, but I'll ask you not to talk.
Okay,
You,
these people, all of these were, oh,
ma'am, you're not listening.
okay, that's okay, that's okay.
I need to go to the bathroom. Yeah, I gotta go to the bathroom.
Ma'am, your time is up, ma'am. I'm
Oh,
sorry.
okay. Well, I'll just go ahead and hand you this, I gave you the wrong one, sorry about that.
Okay, thank you.
Can we take
Next card, please.
Can we take a 5-minute bathroom break?
Yes.
Sorry.
I'm going to ask you to come back at,
9:30?
all right, 9:30, hurry.
Good.
Thank you.
Yes? Oh. Which? No, this is make me get miserable. No. I'm going to call this meeting back to order. Clerk, would you call the next card, please?
Karen Corder.
Name and address for the record, ma'am.
Karen Corder, and I'm at 2215 East JJ, directly across the street. I won't keep a lot of time. I just want to bring up one thing. We were discussing the road and the traffic study. I just want to bring up the fact that because we are an access to Cheney Lakes Park, that the consideration of the activities of the park at a full schedule is not being taken into consideration either. When there's soccer games, baseball games, track meets, we've got charter buses, we've got all kinds of things coming in and out, tournaments, events, and that's not been taken into account in any of that. And
Thank
I'll
you,
leave
ma'am.
more time for everyone else. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next card, please.
Monty Montgomery.
Hi, I'm David Monty Montgomery, local engineer. I work with Florida Institute of Technology, the Marine Resource Council, and St. John's River Management Unit on
Address, please,
evaluations.
sir. Address. Name and
I'm
address.
sorry, Palm Bay, Florida.
All right, thank you.
This proposal is similar to a couple that we've looked at in the county in the past 60 days, and those were denied based on inconsistent land use, lack of a septic plan, and issues with stormwater runoff. I do like how the developer does have what's called a clustered approach, where you leave greenlands and put the houses together on smaller lots than using the half acre per house lot. That is a way to do that. I was surprised to see that the zoning has been changed to this PUD. I thought it was conservation lands and rural residential 2.5, but that's not the case. The inconsistent land use, that's something to be argued. I'm not going to go down that point. The water supply, it looks okay if the city can supply that. I know you guys are now pulling water from the other side of the St. John's here to Titusville, and if you can supply the developer, that's fine in any size home.
That's incorrect, sir.
Okay.
We're pulling water from north of here, not on the other side of the St. John.
I'm sorry then. But anyway, but that's not an issue. That's all I'm saying. And I was worried about, I came up here, concerned about the septic, and apparently if we're going to connect to sewers, that's a very good thing. Because this close to the river, nothing's being approved anywhere else at this time. It's consistent with the future land use. And Ms. Franklin pointed that out. There's protection of residential land use on this side of US 1 throughout the Brevard County area. So that's a good thing too. My main concern is the stormwater runoff. When you look at the plans here and the amount of density that's being developed, I don't see how you get in extreme weather events enough runoff and address the stormwater runoff issue with this high density of housing. There is some green space, and I agree that it's nice to set the wetlands off as protected, but they're essentially, from what I saw, going to become retention ponds for the community when there's high water events. I don't see any plans for where you implement stormwater retainment. Even if you take the cul-de-sac out in extreme weather events, I don't see where the water goes. So my proposal is to limit it to 107 or 112 houses and address stormwater runoff before approval of the measure.
I have a question for you, sir.
Yes.
We would allow you to speak in any case, so that's not a problem or an issue. but you came all the way from Palm Bay. Are you representing just yourself or some
I'm
other
just
organization?
representing myself here. I'm not representing any of the organizations that I work with.
Okay, well, thank you for coming up. sir.
Thank you.
Next card, please.
Michael Myjack.
Makes me nervous when you come up with that stick, Mark.
I'll walk softly.
And carry you.
Michael Myjack, Titusville. There's been a lot said already, and I'm sure there's going to be some more after me as well. But the thing that I want to speak on, and it's not just on this development, but to protect the health, safety, and welfare of the citizens. The Indian River Lagoon is something that's precious to us. We've seen ourselves tax ourselves to the extent that we can start pulling some of the muck. And some of the resources that have been used to clarify the lagoon are also being used to identify the sources of those pollutions. And most we already know is us. It's human development that has caused the degradation of the Indian River Lagoon and the loss of our fishery. It's gone. There's really no fish there for commercial use and commercial access. And while it has happened over time, it's a slow degradation that has gotten us to this point. I remember back in the mid-90s when we still had clams and clammers out in the water, pulling clams from the lagoon. And that ended in '96, that was gone. Then we had the fires in '98. And I remember there being an issue with, well, what is that subdivision over there on the other side of 95? The Great Outdoors. We had a single entrance going in. We got hundreds of homes. And then we had those fires that extended from the middle of the state all the way over. 500-something thousand acres had burned that year. And so the issue came up, how are these people going to exit? How are they going to get them all out of there? And they were literally to the point of tearing down the fence along I-95 so they could exit out of that space, should the fires move south of 50. We used to have a rule that required at least 2 entrances if we had more than 48 homes. That got doubled. And now I don't even know what happened to it. This particular development, this proposal, is, in my opinion, not compatible. You have an incomplete road. That's number one. And him adding 10 feet in front of his property doesn't extend a full width 50-foot road all the way through back to US 1. That road would need to be completely upgraded, I think, in order for us to agree to have that come through, that development come through. The other thing has to do with the nature of the wetlands on that property. Changing this zoning, as I understood the discussion at P&Z, may I have 2 more minutes, please?
Is there anybody in the audience that would like to donate their time to Mr. Myjack? I will ask for council to give him an extra 2 minutes. Okay. I have a motion, I have a second. All those in favor say yes?
Yes.
You're on.
The discussion that surprised me at P&Z was that if the zoning does take place, the conservation lands go away. They evaporate in the PD zoning. And that was something that I had. You asked for a significant change. That's a significant change, in my opinion. I also don't agree with using wetlands as retention ponds. If we're going to create a retention pond, that's one thing, but a wetland is already wet. You know, if you put water in water, it just makes more water. The problem is that the retention areas, the stuff that gets collected from our homes, from our cars, from our driveways, is not good stuff. It's the reason that we have these retention ponds is to capture that before it gets into places like the Indian River Lagoon. And these things are supposed to be cleaned out every 20 or 30 years. But if you're taking a wetland that's a viable living thing and dumping excess stormwater in it, and then using that as your stormwater retention area, And calling it a park if you put a bench on it, to me is wrong. These conservation lands need to be saved, and the only people that can save them is us and you. So I would suggest that we not approve any increase in developmental density at all. We're stuck with what we have. We've already granted that, but we don't have to grant more if we know it's causing harm to the lagoon. So why would we spend money on one hand and not on the other to protect it? That's all I have to say.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Oh, I have a question.
I won't go anywhere, young man. You said something, and of course, it caught my interest when you were saying that we're basically taking the stormwater and putting it into the wetlands. And what I see on this tract of land is there's 3 different areas that is for stormwater. So how is the stormwater getting into the wetlands?
They're co-opting or overloading the wetlands with the excess stormwater runoff from the rest of the development.
Peggy, help me understand. Usually you put stormwater retention areas to catch the water for a specific design area. So what he's saying, is that correct, or?
I don't know. There's been no engineering on this site. So I know that they show that there are some wetlands being impacted, approximately 1 acre, and that's 5 wetlands that are total about that. And I know that the rest of the wetlands are all maintained. I do not know about how this is, what happens after they goes from the retention. Typically, and what the environmental report said was that some of these wetlands have been impacted over the years, partly, I'm sure, because of the agricultural concerns. Sometimes they actually use the wetlands after they have gone, after the water has gone into the retention areas to actually mitigate some of the impacts because it improves the wetlands. But I haven't seen any engineering to show, and I don't know how Mr. Myjack knows that.
Okay. I guess the question I'm really asking, in general, when you design an area, you put a building on a piece of property, it requires that you have stormwater someplace. And usually it has to be designed either on the property or it has to go someplace else. And there's a certain amount of gallonage, if you will, that's required.
Our
right?
standard is that the flow rate that leaves this is the same amount that in the same rate that it currently runs off.
Okay.
The requirement is that we maintain on site the first inch from a 10-year storm.
Okay.
So there will be some runoff from this site. They are not maintaining, at least I don't believe they're going to maintain all on site. Now, again, there's no engineering, but I haven't seen anything that says that they are maintaining 100% of what falls on this to go off, to stay on the site. So there will be some discharge.
Okay.
But that's typical in 90% of the
Right,
developments.
Right. Okay, that's what I need to understand. All right, thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. Next card, please, card.
Peter Stuzinski.
Is she okay?
She spilled her soda.
Sir, you haven't spoken previous on this subject, have you? I know you've been up here a couple times, but...
Not on this.
Okay, all right.
Okay. Peter Stuzinski, 2151 Palomino Drive, Titusville. There's a lot to cover. A lot came up. A lot of it was covered. I'm glad the Florida Panther thing was brought up because my wife's friend has recently seen the Florida Panther in the area. Gopher turtles. I've had a gopher turtle 5 feet
You're
from my
repeating what they
property
said,
line.
sir. You're
I'm
not
just going
accomplishing
over it real
anything.
quick. So I'm glad all that came up. Now, my issue is the retention ponds. It's been the issue in the past. When I was in South Florida, we were in an HOA, and we were required to keep our property to a certain standard. We had this one piece of the property where the grass wouldn't grow. They wrote us up on it, we had to put sod there, and then it died. The only way to do it was fertilizer. So now, these people are gonna be required to keep their lawns at a certain standard using fertilizer, pesticides, whatever. So that's gonna run off, go into these retention ponds, and it's gonna seep into the groundwater supply, which we drink. After the last meeting, I asked the developer, I said, does this mean if this bad runoff is gonna go into our water supply, that you're gonna buy us all high-end filtration systems? His response was, you have a septic system, right? He says, your water is already polluted. So that justifies them polluting our water even more because we already have polluted water, so why not have some more polluted water? So that's my issue with the runoff. Now, another thing that came up is the attorney said this, and she's said it more than once. One of the benefits is it's going to increase your property values, not decrease it. So the developer's going to walk away with a boatload of money from this development. So we're going to have higher property values, which means we're going to have to pay higher property taxes for his boatload of money that he runs off with. So we're left paying more money to live where we are to have this development behind us. Now, the other thing is, on the east side, they're limiting it to one-story houses. I'm on the north side, so I'm gonna look out my backyard and see two-story houses. Another thing that was brought up with the water is there's the option that we can connect to the city water and the city sewerage. But my house is about 300 to 400 feet from my fence line, and then it's probably another 150 feet to whatever connection I'd have to make. They're not going to pay for me to hook up to it. I'd have to pay to hook up over 500 feet of line to get my house on city water and city sewerage. I can't afford that. So I'm stuck with polluted water. Now, the HOA that I was in, what we had was we had regular clean water coming in, and then we had another water supply, which was treated water, which was for the irrigation. And we had storm drains, and that took all the runoff and it took it through the storm drains, and it got treated and put back into the recycled water. So the option, my point is that until they can come up with a plan to get rid of that runoff totally off the property, either through some sort of storm drains or through the septic system, this plan is totally wrong, and the EPA needs to get involved and stop
Thank you,
this.
sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any questions, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Next card, please.
Gail Straczynski.
Okay. Next card.
William Klein.
I'm William Klein. I live at 3 Indian River Avenue, Titusville. I want to say that May 1996, the St. John River Water Management District published the Indian River Lagoon, Our Heritage at Risk Indian River Lagoon Comprehensive Plan. It stated the critically poor conditions of the IRL back in 1996 and the loss of marine life caused by inadequate development regulations and enforcement rules. The pollution comes from the polluted runoff from the land. The IRL Comprehensive Plan defined many projects and actions required to restore the IRL, the same ones that the IRL Council states today. It stated that the regulations and enforcement rules are needed to protect the surface water quality and aquatic habitats. In the 23 years since our legislators have failed to adequately protect the IRL and the developers are only required to meet the minimum regulations, the IRL is now dying. We will be lucky to restore it to the critically poor conditions of 1996. Titusville needs to make regulations to adequately mitigate the environmental damage done by development. They also need to protect property owners from flooding and storm surges by placing restrictions on where houses can be built and provide stormwater protection. Brooks Landing needs to meet the following requirements. The 6 wetlands that are shown in green are connected by streams and waterways as shown in blue on the aerial view in the Atlantic Environmental of Florida's Environmental Assessment on Brooks Landing, Figure 5, land use map. These must remain in the final development. They cannot be destroyed or filled in with dirt. Bridges and culverts should be used to allow traffic to cross over the streams and waterways. Once the streams and waterways are gone, you're going to lose the wetlands that are there. The tree canopy should be maintained and no clear cutting of trees allowed. House lots should be maintain the maximum number of trees as possible. All trees cut down need to be inventoried and documented. The benefits and values of trees should be calculated and quantified by the use of iTree. This calculated cost will be the tree mitigation cost that must be paid to a Titusville Urban Forestry account, or else an equal value of trees planted in the Titusville city property. The benefits of one live oak in the 2 feet in diameter over 20 years is $2,292, and the stormwater it would absorb for the 20 years is 491,000 gallons. The retention ponds and storm drain protection must be designed to the Brevard County August 24, 2017 flood map, not the April 3rd, 1989 flood map that the present plans are calling. Can I just have a minute to talk about retention ponds?
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say yes. Yes. It passes unanimously. Go right ahead.
The retention ponds should be designed for the latest rainfall prediction for a 24-hour period of the 100-year storm, or else 38.7 inches of water, which was the maximum 24-hour rainfall in Florida. Brooks Landing was only designing for 3 inches. There will be 81 million gallons of rainwater for the 38.7 inches of rain instead of the 6 million that the project is designed for. Therefore, there will be 13 times more stormwater than the retention ponds and drainage are being designed for. The project plans to clear cut 46 acres for home lots. 1 acre of land with 35 mature trees can absorb about 335,000 gallons of polluted stormwater per year, calculated by iTree. Therefore, converting 46 acres of forest could create 15 million gallons of polluted stormwater per year that can contaminate the IRL.
Thank you, sir. I do have a question. Did you do all this research yourself?
I did it all myself. I have the calculations at home, and I'll be willing to provide this to
The clerk.
What's your name?
The clerk of the...
Clerk of the court.
Yes. Thank you. If you will do that, that would be nice.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Next item, next card, please.
Mary Spar.
Good evening. I'm Mary Spar. I live in Cocoa, and I'm representing Sierra Club Turtle Coast Group. I'll get right to the point. The Sierra Club is strongly opposed to the PD zoning for 143 homes, and we think the limit should be 112 homes. We realize that the city has documented that they accepted the 112 homes by what was put into Ordinance 3-2014, which I believe is changed the policies in the future land use element. And that says that Brooks Landing has an allowable density of 1.57 dwelling units per acre, which if you multiply that out, turns out to be 112 homes. I will turn this in at the end. Anyway, we are concerned about the compatibility. It should be 112. We also want the wetlands protected. These wetlands are mixed hardwood forests that are hydrologically connected to our precious Indian River Lagoon. They are essential to restoring the lagoon's health. Wetland protection needs to be guaranteed. Since the applicant's attorney stated at the P&Z meeting that it was her opinion that if the PD zoning were denied, the applicant could come back with a different plan and quote, "You won't have the opportunity to get the saving of the wetlands." He could, in theory, obliterate all the wetlands and mitigate them, end of quote. Please notice that the Planning and Zoning Commission did not take this threat lightly. And they recommended a modified Res 2 land use with the wetlands remaining as conservation. Please make sure that if you plan on approving a comp plan amendment changing the land use to Res 2, you make sure the wetlands are legally protected, whether or not the PD zoning is approved, as your Planning and Zoning Commission recommended. In other words, if you plan on approving a Res 2 land use with comp plan amendment, model your motion after P&Z's motion. By the way, that motion was proposed. May I please have 2 more minutes?
How much time do you need, ma'am?
2.
I have a motion. Do I have a second? Second. A motion and a second. All those in favor say yes. Yes. Any opposed? Passes unanimously.
I just was going to say that that motion for the P&Z was introduced by your former city attorney. Anyway, we also believe that the residents deserve an adequate buffer, a landscape buffer, as they were originally promised in 2005, a true landscape buffer with trees and appropriate vegetation to really help them protect from the anticipated flooding due to the large amount of fill that would be brought in. The word landscaped is not in the language for the PD we hope you will reject tonight. Right now, the buffer to the north includes 2 dry detention ponds and a part of the 2 dry detention ponds, and the buffer to the east includes what appears to be a planned swale or ditch, not what was promised earlier to residents. In conclusion, Sierra Club urges you to deny the PD zoning with the increased density and make sure that if Res 2 is chosen for future land use, you legally preserve the wetlands, whether or not the zoning is approved. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next card, please, clerk.
Maureen Roop.
Good evening. Name and address for the record, ma'am.
Maureen Root, 7185 Bright Avenue in Port St. John, and I am speaking entirely as an individual. I am here tonight to oppose this rezone and defend the lagoon. I don't want to try your patience with going over what others have said, and which I know will be said. So I just want to bring up that to gently remind you that 2 years ago, we had a referendum for the IRL to save the lagoon, which passed in every precinct, as well as the majority of Brevard. Since then, the city of Titusville has benefited from this tax. It has helped pay for your baffle boxes, your $8 million for a treatment plant, and considerably more in the future, I would say. Why? The taxpayers are soon going to ask, why are we paying a self-imposed tax to save the lagoon if cities and county will approve increases in density near the lagoon, which will slowly negate all efforts to bring back a dying, beloved river back to health? Please think on this. What I was thinking to myself, well, it's like you fertilize your lawn without the nitrogen and phosphorus, and then you spray it with Roundup. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Any questions? I see none. Next card, please.
Yes, sir. Our last card is David Botto.
I'm David Botto, 275 in Poinciana Drive, Indian Harbor Beach. I serve as a volunteer on the board of the Marine Resources Council. We have this, as you've heard, of course, and you know it well, we've had this massive program, millions, hundreds of millions of dollars, 10 years, and you read it and you hear about it, and it always says this: we are trying to repair and correct the results of 50 years of neglect of the lagoon. What is that neglect? There are several elements, but the primary one, the root one, is that for 50 years, we've been making land use decisions and development decisions in the drainage basin without even considering their impact on the lagoon. And it's still going on. And that's the problem I'm here about. We cannot continue to do business as usual. We have got to change our approach to these developments and land use changes. As you've heard, we have made three times decisions to tax ourselves to protect and preserve our natural habitat. The lagoon is our largest, most important, most valuable, and most endangered habitat. We've made it very clear with our votes that we want our habitat protected, that the lagoon is a high priority. We expect that you will honor that priority. We hope that you share in that priority. What that means to me is when you are faced with a decision like this in the drainage basin, the first question you must ask is, will it harm the lagoon? Is there a risk of harm to the lagoon? And if the answer is yes, there should be no more discussion. It's denied at this time. We have recommended that all such requests for density increases in the drainage basin be shelved until a scientific assessment can be made of their impact. At least decision by decision, you should demand that a scientific assessment of this impact on the lagoon be made. It hasn't been. Not a word in any part of this process, spoken or written, even mentions the Indian River Lagoon. It is going on. We can't continue to do business this way. If we are, we should shut down this Save the Lagoon program. We should cancel that half-cent sales tax because we're wasting our time. If we're going to be adding to the problem as we go, we'll never reach the end of it. We'll be doing this forever. We must change the way we do business. You must look at this regarding its impact on the lagoon. Can I have one more minute?
A motion, do I have a second? Second. I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say yes.
Yes. Thank you.
Go ahead, sir.
This property, the eastern edge is 4/10 of a mile from the lagoon. The entire property is within a mile. It's deep in the drainage basin. So everything that goes on those impervious surfaces will end up in the lagoon. We'll put more nitrogen, more nutrients. We'll put more chemicals, herbicides and pesticides. We'll put more waterborne sediment, which makes muck. And in fact, we'll put more fresh water. Fresh water in excess in a saline ecology is pollution in itself. It's a no-brainer. We cannot increase this density. We believe that the current density is not desirable, but is acceptable, but we can't have any more of it. You can't put more in there. I point out one thing. In your comp plan, your draft comp plan, in the coastal management area segment, you say our objective is,
Continue. Hold that light, please.
you say our objective.
This won't take very long, right? Go.
Oh, okay. Now again. Oh, you say in your comp plan, our objective is to coordinate with other organizations and establish the Indian River Lagoon, your very words, from JJ Road north to the county line as an aquatic preserve. That means a lot. That means this lagoon at this area especially, and that's a big move, and it's a great move, is going to be pristine. You can't do now things that are going to ruin that objective, because that's great. That's what I know of Titusville.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Oh, we do have a question. Sir,
Hello.
Mr. Bauer?
You spoke very well, I'm going to tell you for sure. What is your background?
I'm 88 years old. You think you have time to hear my I'm retired Air Force. I'm a Korean, Vietnam veteran. I retired from the Air Force in '72. I worked at Harris for 22 years. I was the department director at Harris. I am an engineer.
Oh,
And,
so am I. So
that-
we got something in common there.
We
I
won't
need
hold
to-
it against you, sir.
Hey, be nice for sure. Tell me a little bit about the basin. I didn't really understand. How do you classify an area as a basin?
When the primary drainage area is into the lagoon, that's it. Now you continue moving west, and that changes to the St. John's
St.
River.
John, okay.
But back in I don't know, the '60s, I guess, the Corps of Engineers dug about 80, no more, 120 miles of canals west of us. The original drainage range of the lagoon was very narrow, but it was widened by those canals because they worked to change the drainage into the St. Johns River, so the drainage came into the Indian River Lagoon. The St. Johns River Water Management District has a project that's been going on for several years to reverse that, to send that water back into the St. Johns River after it's gone through a settling area to help the sediment and the poisons to fall out of it. But that's ongoing. It stopped for 8 years because they couldn't get any money to do it, but it's back in business now. Our drainage basin now is probably 4 times what it was 30, 40 years ago. When we continue to build this close, within a mile, we are definitely in the drainage basin. And everything that goes on the surface will end up there. And this increase is just too large an impervious surface footprint. It's just too much for this area, too close to the lagoon, and part of the lagoon that is still in pretty good shape. None of it's in good shape, but this is still flowing pretty well. I would
Thank you,
say
sir.
that Titusville, to me, has been the bellwether of the people who love nature in the lagoon. And I hope you'll continue in that regard. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Appreciate it.
Okay, the applicant is, I assume you want to come up again?
Yes. I'm going to give this back before. We're going to put the master plan back up. Again, Kim Rozenka, representing AG Ventures, LLC. I wanted to clarify a number of things. First, and I don't know how well you can see it. I don't know if you have it on your screen. It might be better. But first, regarding the wetlands, starting from the left side, which would be the west side, you can see there it says existing wetlands to be preserved. You go up, you've got another existing wetlands to be preserved. You go around the corner, you have existing wetlands to be preserved. You go down to the middle, existing wetlands to be preserved. You go up to the right, all the way to the right, existing wetlands to be preserved. You go down, existing wetlands to be preserved. So these are wetlands that are being preserved. They're not being used for stormwater. There's been no engineering. I don't know where the speakers get that. That's not the intent. They're being preserved. The larger ones are being preserved. There are smaller ones that are being impacted. St. Johns River Water Management allows impacts to wetlands. Your code allows impact to wetlands. Your comp plan allows impacts to wetlands. Your comp plan just says if it's 5 acres or more, it needs to be in conservation. We don't have any wetlands here greater than 5 acres. Also, regarding the buffer, that right below the extension to the right, it says 20-foot type B buffer. Do y'all see that? That is exactly in the Scraggs property. I mean, that is their property right there. So there is a 20-foot buffer all around this, all around the perimeter of the development. Then the 70-foot buffer on this side by the Scraggs is from the property line, the development line is going to be 50 feet. You can see that's a larger buffer. And then there's a 20-foot buffer that is indeed in the lot. That's to that individual property setback. You heard it opposite today. You heard that the 50-foot was going to be an individual lot and the 20-foot was going to be further to the property boundary. That is exactly what was in the plan submitted to the county in 2006 that's in your packet, that there were buffers on the individual lots. Again, your PUD zoning only requires a 20-foot buffer, period. So that is a benefit to this plan. If Mr. Giannone was to go with the old PUDZ zoning, there only has to be 20 feet there, and I bet that's probably what you would have. You would have even more clustering of homes to make it more economically feasible. I think that's that with that. Are there any questions on that? I know there was a lot talked about this plan. There's no engineering. This is a concept plan. It has to come back before you with a sketch plan. So this is a rendering of what they believe the layout will look like, where the retention ponds will be and the wetlands will be. But it's not engineered.
I have a question on your definitions. Wetlands and retention ponds, two different things.
Correct.
Okay, so the wetlands that will be preserved, I think you've stated this, will be preserved as wetlands, without water, additional runoff going into them?
It hasn't been engineered, but what I have heard from other developers is that there are occasions, and this was in the Park Avenue subdivision, the retention ponds, the water drains there and is purified, and then it may dump into the wetlands. I don't know because this hasn't been engineered. But it's not the intent to dump into the wetlands. This doesn't show it dumping.
Is your intention to have enough retention ponds to gather the majority of the additional runoff because of the homes?
Correct. And your staff and your engineering department can assure that. And you can put that in the PD language, the words, if you wanted to.
Keep that in mind. Go right ahead. Oh, well, okay.
Well, I'm sorry. I really need clarification when someone came up to me during break to make sure I understood what a buffer was. Okay, so explain again. When I'm at the back of my brand new home in this subdivision. I got 20 feet back, correct? Or whatever the number is back. It may be 20 feet between the back of my home and my property line.
Correct.
Okay, I'm trying to get to the 70 feet.
Right, there's going to be another 50 feet from your property line.
That's the buffer.
Yes.
Okay,
It's a total 70-foot buffer from building to development boundary.
Right. See, that's when it gets confusing. So I'm just trying to clarify that I'm in the back of my house. Maybe normally I'll have everyone have 20 feet behind their house, from the back of their house to their property line. That's going to be 20 feet. But then, in addition, right at the property line, there's going to be another 50 feet of buffer zone. It may have shrubbery or something there, but it's going to be a buffer zone there,
Right,
correct?
on the north and the east side, the north and the east side, except for a couple of lots in the northwest corner, which are
Okay,
delineated in the.
Don't
Okay, sorry.
mess it up there.
Sorry.
So I'm just trying to
I just
get
want
to
to be
the-
perfectly clear, because
Yeah.
words come back to haunt me, so.
Right, no, I understand that. So I know for a fact that I got 50 feet at least that's going to have some type of shrubs or something there that's going to be between me, my 20 feet, now I got another 50 feet, and the property line of my neighbor behind me, correct?
If it's outside the development. If it's
Yeah, outside, I'm
yes.
talking about the
Correct.
neighbors, right.
Correct.
So it's going to be a total of 70 feet
Yes,
buffer, no matter what.
yes,
Okay, that's a buffer zone.
yes.
Okay, I want to make sure.
If I
Thank you.
could, it says that it's a 20-foot type B buffer.
What's type B?
That means the amount of landscaping required. So all I know at this moment is that there's 20 feet of landscaping, there's 30 feet addition, and I don't know what's in that. And then there's 20 feet on the property line. Now, the developer may know what they plan to put in that entire 50 feet, but the only thing that this master plan says is a 20-foot type B buffer, and that's our landscape buffer that's required.
Okay, I just want to make sure everyone is clear that there is definitely going to be a 70-foot buffer between the new development and someone's existing property. Because that was
Point
a
to you is,
concern.
I just don't know how much of it's landscaping.
No, I understand
Okay.
that, but there will be a buffer. There will be land space of 70 feet. Okay.
Member Stokel?
Sorry, I'm going to piggyback on that because I really want to make sure I'm getting this correct. So, and I'm talking specifically about these highlighted areas here. So, new development, end of their property line, there will be 50 feet before the houses that abut this, before their property line begins.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so there's, again, to what Member Jordan said, 50 feet of not going into either property line.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
And then I wanted to mention the binding development plan that was provided to you is an earlier version of the binding development plan that replaced it. That's where the 112 comes from. It's not really, I'm going to submit it for the record. I submitted it to planning and zoning as well. But this was a later version because it added all of the property. The earlier version didn't have the extra 3+ acres. So, and this is the 112. Not that it matters, it's null and void.
Just give it to the clerk.
And I'd ask, too, that you would go back to page 3 of the packet that I provided earlier, because I believe it might clarify for Councilmember Jordan some of these other buffer issues. If you look.
Would you hold that up again, please?
Sure, it looks like this.
Okay, I'm looking for that. Go ahead.
If you look immediately to the north, about in the middle, there's an ST. That's Mr. Straczynski's property. And you'll notice his house is at the far northern portion of that property. And then he still has a 70-foot buffer as well. And then to the right, where the Scraggs reside, you asked Ms. Scraggs how far away her house is. I don't know, but it's at least a whole property away, because her house is somewhat in the southeast corner there. There, it looks like there's another structure to the left there, but I'm 99% sure, because there's a pool attached to it, that there's a whole property size between her land and the 70-foot buffer. As you've heard, the residents simply want no increase in density, period. This property has not been developed in 15 years. I suggest to you that that is a change in circumstances. Property should not sit vacant, and that is what I have found in the case law, that not developing property is a change in circumstances. Mr. Giannoni has said it's not feasible to develop at the cost, and he's had carrying costs for 15 years as well. I would also state that the residents do not live in the city. Now, I'm not saying they shouldn't be considered, but they don't have to play by the same rules that AG Ventures has to play by. They have different regulations under Brevard County. The man that spoke to you about the PD ordinance, the PD ordinance in Brevard County is way different. He said they've all been denied in the county. You have to actually have 4 engineered plans in the county, including a stormwater plan, a landscape plan. It's a much more difficult process in the county. So the county doesn't approve a PD on a concept plan. It's just not done. So there are different rules in the county than there are in the city. And AG Ventures came to the city because of your services, your urban service area, city water, and that was the plan in 2006, which you all know was the height of the market. And most development didn't get done, didn't even start thinking about going until 2012. And now we're back trying to come up with a plan that Mr. Giannone, AG Ventures, can develop. Regarding compatibility, your expert staff opinions in your staff report states, as I mentioned before, the proposed PD is similar in intensity and allowable uses as compared to zoning and existing development in the area. The majority of the properties are developed with single-family uses at similar overall densities, which is the development typology proposed with this PD. The size of the houses proposed are similar as well. That's why I went through all of that with you. Also, the staff states the proposed 143 single-family residential subdivision on 70-plus acres is consistent with residential 2 land use designations. So your staff believes that this proposal, PD, is consistent with the area and with a Res 2 future land use. 2 speakers quoted my comments regarding straight zoning or regular zoning. I wasn't doing that as a threat. I was just trying to explain the benefits of a PD zoning, because definitely he's committing to preserving the wetlands. Wetlands do not have to be preserved by St. John's. St. John's has the jurisdiction over the wetlands. If they're non-viable, they can be mitigated. There are conditions in this PD that are agreed to, the sewer, the water, things that will benefit the community, the increased buffers. I want to go through a few comments made by the speakers tonight. I've known Mr. Botto, I believe, for a very long time. He and my mother were good friends, and they served together in the Marine Resource Council. I don't disagree that the Indian River Lagoon needs to be preserved, and if there were some land development regulations in your code that showed a way to do that, this developer would be doing that. Unfortunately, there's nothing in your code. There's no moratorium on development. The best they can do is retain their water as your code requires. Mr. Klein spoke very, very well, as Mr. Jordan stated, and he spoke about the Indian River Lagoon, our Heritage at-Risk report from 1996. He talked about some blue and green lines that have to be preserved. That's not presented to you. I can't respond to that because I don't know what it is. And again, it's not in your land development codes. It's not in your regulations that were required to support that. Mr. Myjack spoke about an incomplete road. There is no evidence of that. In fact, the traffic study, the only competent evidence before you, says the road is sufficient for this development. Many roads in the county are at 40 feet and do support subdivisions. Also, your staff report says if there are improvements that need to be made to JJ Road, that will be done at the site plan stage. There is something I do want to address, and it's not an easy issue to address, but there is in your code, the PUD code, about a local street, and that the development, and frankly, to me, it's an ambiguous code, and I said that to Mr. Sievers at P&Z. It is ambiguous in the way it's written. It's section 33-5, subsection 2. It says a local street, where we've heard we've got a local road. Is that the same thing? It says that it has to be out creating or traffic along local streets in residential areas or clusters. It's not defined. I don't know if this is a residential area. It goes right through a commercial area. It's got commercial zoning right to the east of it. All I do know is in 2006, this exact same provision was in your code, and City Council either waived it or found it not applicable because this PUDZ was approved at 112 units on JJ Road. Also, during the whole year of negotiation, this was never brought up by staff. So the failure to bring this up at really this late date, when it's been approved in the past, is not fair to the applicant. He had no idea to address this because PD was told to do by staff, and he went through that process. Also, it's been mitigated by the 10-foot right-of-way dedication. With that, I would again request that you approve the residential 2 over the entire 71.76 acres and not keep out the conservation future land use, because again, that's going to be in conservation easements. I've put it in the PD ordinance in words. So if you do approve the PD ordinance, you can add that. And that you approve the PD zoning ordinance with the PD plan and attached concept plan as presented tonight.
You through?
I am done. Thank you.
Okay. I have a question. You heard the conversation about the 126 units, and it seems that's, I guess the question is, do you agree with that?
No, the applicant has asked for 143 units.
I didn't ask what he asked for. I asked what.
No, he will not accept 140, he will not accept 126. He started with almost 200 units when he started this process, requesting 200. And again, working with staff to 162, then to 143.
Ms. Busaka, did I misunderstand you that, is that 126 a hard and fast figure, or is there some
That's
other?
the calculation that I have done based on what the planning and zoning recommended. That would be the number of units that they would be able to get.
And that is based on keeping the conservation future land use on those 8 acres. The request is to make residential 2 over all of the 71.76 acres, allowing the 143 units at 2 units to the acre.
Is that feasible to keep those as wetlands and still do 143 or whatever?
Not with residential 2, because you have to take the 70, I'm using round numbers, you have to take the 71 minus the wetlands, which would reduce it to 60-something, and then you multiply that times 2, that's how you get 126.
But if that's only if the wetlands are to future land use of conservation.
Correct.
But if the wetlands are in a conservation easement, you meet your comp plan.
There's 2 ways to do this. You can leave the wetlands as conservation, in which case they don't get multiplied by 2 to produce the total number of units.
Right.
Or you can keep the wetlands under the PD as a conservation easement, in which case they do get multiplied and the density gets transferred off.
Okay, and that
So-
second one is available.
And the second
allowable.
one is available in the event that council approves the PD and the conservation, with the conservation easements. That's the way to protect the wetlands under the PD process.
And as far as runoff and retention ponds, we won't know that until the,
Well, the code is the code, and the engineer will make sure that it meets that.
whatever it takes.
Yes, sir, whatever it takes.
Okay. Vice Mayor.
It's kind of funny.
I'm sorry, Mayor, before Vice Mayor speaks, it's 10:30, so we'll have to vote to continue the meeting.
We have to, yes, we do. Yes,
Let's go home.
You have to vote or
do.
leave.
We do. I would suggest that you make it for till 11:30, because we have other things that are coming up, and we're not through with this one. So whoever's going to make the motion,
I make a motion that we extend to 11:30.
otherwise we'll just keep doing it anyway. I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say yes? Yes. Yes.
No. All right,
Passes with one. No, you can't abstain.
Oh, that's true. That's why.
One.
Let's get it done.
Yeah, okay. I'm sorry, where were we?
I'm kind of reiterating, I actually came off, I was going to say the same thing you did. I was going to ask you, Ms. Busaka, you had said to the young man in the back that your math is correct, 126. What's the staff's, obviously it gets real tricky when we say you can look at it two ways. So you're going to look at it one way, and they're going to look at it another way. And I'm not getting a sure feeling here, but when you said your math's correct, it seemed to me you felt strongly that 126 is the acceptable number.
No, sir, all I felt strongly about was the fact that if you take 81 acres, subtract out 8, you get 63, and you multiply that times 2, and it's 126. That's all I felt strongly about.
Your math is correct.
Thank you.
All right, I don't know, it might be correct. Anyway, on another note, and we've done a lot of these, coming in for rezoning and development, and I normally hear how many times that the developer and the residents have met. I was a little surprised and disappointed to hear there's been no meeting since the last meeting. I'm just curious why. Is there just no desire to discuss that, or?
Well, this is a two-step process. It was a transmittal hearing. So they met before the transmittal hearing, and everyone approved it for transmittal. So I don't know why there was no other meeting. I don't know there was a request for a meeting. I wasn't aware of one. I just came into this process.
I would have hoped that
Would you like
the,
to
go ahead.
Confer with the
Yeah,
applicant on that?
yeah. Mr. Giannone may have a better answer than that, but
Hi, I'm, good evening, Mayor and council members, Chad Giannone with AG Ventures. After the last meeting, kind of had a sense that everybody was somewhat satisfied. That was my sense of it, is, when we heard there was a compromise, a substantial compromise on our part, and requested by council. We just thought we were at a situation where that was going to be.
And was additional meetings requested?
No additional meetings were requested after that.
All right, thank you.
Well, since I asked a question, hang out.
Yeah.
I remember last time we had this, the transmittal meeting, and we came to the very end. And I said, is that number hard and fast? Because there seemed to be no give and take then either. And it wasn't until that time you said, well, maybe there is. And so I guess you went down a little bit. So I guess I'm getting at it. I just wish there was more communication. It just seems like we've got a little bit of, not to use that word, but we got a little wall built up here. On another note, go ahead. I was good with that. Thank you. I have a concern, and I'm glad I got to hear you say that the site plan stage, they may look at the road. Because it seems to be, I'm the main guy talking about the road, but somebody noted 1,352 added trips to an old country road. And I know, just like everything else, we can see it two different ways. But that concerns me. But I did like hearing you say that if there's going to be some improvements to the road, it'll happen in the site plan stage. So
that's in your staff report. It says specific traffic-related impacts will be addressed at the submittal of a site plan.
And that just means it'll be addressed. What does that mean exactly?
That means your engineers will say, you need to put in sidewalks, or you need to fix the curb, or you need to do whatever needs to be done. The traffic study says no turn lanes are needed. Doesn't mean one can't be put in if your engineer says it needs to be done, because with the extra 10-foot right-of-way, that could be done.
Ms. Busaka, you got anything on that? I haven't really heard much from the city as far as how we feel about JJ Road. And I don't know, I don't ride it every day, but I can tell you that it's a little concerning to me that many new, trips are going to be made. And, that road looks an awful lot like the old Hopkins. And despite what some people say, I think it looks pretty good now. So that being said, I have concerns about that.
Well, the traffic engineering report says that it's not a capacity issue, but remember that the capacity will look significantly different than it does now, because right now it probably is functioning at a level of service A, I'm guessing.
Okay.
And it could go to a level of service B or C. So people will notice the difference. I think that there's a couple of different areas where turn lanes may be necessary. One would actually be to get from JJ Road into the subdivision. And what I heard tonight is that there's some concerns that the intersection of JJ Road and US 1 could be a concern. So the traffic engineer would have to look at the traffic study, see the calculations and the turning movements and those kind of things, and then he would make a determination that he believes that these improvements need to be made. Now, if the improvements were at US 1 and they could only be done in the right-of-way because...
Right, I remember that
So,
discussion.
Right. So, but I would just have to wait for him to
Okay.
go through that.
So the site plan stage, we can look at that. There's certainly the flip side of that, and not, again, to go back to, you can see it both ways here. Titusville's growing, and certainly one of the things we've said to many people, and many people have said to us, we need housing for the people that we hope are coming in with SpaceX and some of these other programs. I would like to think that, and I think I heard that from some of the speakers, that the sewer and water adds are certainly better than the wells and septic tanks. And I'm not an expert on the septic tanks, but I understand septic tanks aren't very good for the, could be bad for the lagoon. They did work to preserve the three wetland areas, and it doesn't sound like that necessarily had to happen. So it sounds like that was a good thing. And he did reduce from 161 to 143. I'm not, like I said, you know, maybe because I've been in education a long time and I've been coaching a long time, and communication is a key, and it just seems like that's not happening. But we do have some needs here in this area with that kind of growth. I like the idea of controlled growth. I like the idea of communicated growth. And I see both sides of this, but we'll move forward, and I'll look forward to that site plan study.
Member Jordan?
Yeah, actually, I appreciate everybody who came out and talked about this, because it is a concern, you know, when you're used to a certain type of lifestyle and then now you got this big change coming. The one thing we have to understand is Titusville is not going to be Titusville like it was years ago, for sure. And I honestly remember when I first came down here, when I was recruited to work on the shuttle program in 1979. I can't even believe it. But my wife and I used to go under the bridge with a chicken bone on a piece of string and was able to pull up all the blue crab that we wanted to. Can't do that anymore, which is pretty sad. It's something that you can't have your kids do or anything like that. When Mr. Barger, I think his name was talking, you know, I was impressed with him, and now I know why, because he's an engineer like me, so we're always impressed with ourselves, for sure. But he talked about a lot of good things, for sure.
I'm not saying
but please don't say anything. But, you know, you think about the water. I really think that you have really covered the water situation as it relates to the wetlands and everything. I'm looking at the thing, and what I did was I just took out another 21 homes just in the front here, and I don't see a difference as far as what you're going to use to do your development. And I took out like 10 on the left side and 10 on the right side when you enter the place. You still got all the other houses around here, and that gets you to the 126, but it's still the same development for sure. What I am concerned about is, and I can really tell from the area view, is what type of trees there are on this property. Is it a lot of fruit trees on there, or is there oak trees and all those good things? Or
We'll be getting a full tree survey before the development, but a lot of it was an old grove, so mostly it's old grove trees.
yeah, and that's why I was looking at it. It looks like it was rows and rows of fruit trees, which meant that there was a lot of fertilizer that was put on that property also, and actually this could be an improvement. Someone talked about all the fertilizer that all the homeowners are going to be using, but I think we got a new ordinance now that says there's a certain amount of fertilizer that you can spread on your property now, and there are months that you can't put anything on there. So there is some conservation being done to make sure that we don't harm the Indian River Lagoon as much as we have in the past, for sure. So I appreciate that. for sure. And I was asking Terry. Terry's really smart, for sure, and I really appreciate all the information. You did a lot of studying, for sure, but I'm really into compromising. I really believe that we as citizens need to understand that we can't be this one-hit town anymore. We have to develop. We've got OneWeb coming in. We've got a lot of huge companies coming in. We've got Lockheed Martin, who's bringing in 1,200 engineers. They got to have a place to stay, and I don't like people going all the way down to Vieira. Even though my school is in Vieira, I want people to be here. And by the way, we've seen our budget, and we could use as many tax houses as we possibly can, to be honest with you. We need the tax revenue, but that's not the point. The point is that we need to be a city that is welcoming, but we have to make sure that we're developing in a smart way. Smart growth is what we're looking at, and I think this would be smart. We got a long ways to go. You know, we're just asking for some changes in this piece of property. There's a lot of more environmental traffic and all this other stuff that has to happen before we can go any further. And I think this applicant deserves a right to go forward with the thing. And we find out that you can't do the things that we need you to do to protect our land and to protect our property and protect our neighbors, then it can be stopped for sure. So I appreciate what you presented. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Member Stokel.
Okay, this has been a long night. I just want to kind of piggyback off of what the Vice Mayor said. This has been, we go through these often, and this has been one that's been tough for me because I feel like I've been having to weed through a lot of information that is the same, and then some of it you have different sides. I do feel a little bit better about the buffer because I feel like that was one of my big issues. I do feel a little bit better about that. The road and the traffic study coming on the site plan makes me feel a little bit better. With that, though, I did have a question concerning entrances. So does that happen with the site plan as well? Should it warrant another entrance, or?
The fire department will review it, and if they are uncomfortable with one entrance, then they will make that recommendation also at the next stage.
And does your fire department include EMTs? So for ambulances?
Yes, they look at it all.
I wasn't sure. I
The
apologize
emergency,
for
they look
interrupting.
for emergency services, yes, ma'am.
Okay, so they have specific guidelines that they would have.
They do.
Okay, so they would, okay, and then the applicant would have to go through and make those before continuing?
Yes, and
Okay.
the next part of this process will actually be the sketch plat, which will go back through planning and zoning and back here to council for approval.
Okay. And then, now going back with what P&Z had recommended. So if P&Z's recommendations went through, would it be safe to say that the developer could then develop a max of 126 units
Yes.
based on the comp plan change, but no change in zoning?
No,
Or,
if you ask if the P and Z's recommendation went forward,
yeah,
I need
I
to
don't
be
think
more
that.
careful.
Sorry, yes.
Their recommendation was to deny the PD.
Correct.
So they would have a density of 2 units an acre over about 63 acres.
Which would be the 126.
Yes, but the denial of the PD would leave them with 112 units under the PUDZ zoning.
Because 112 is the max under the current zoning.
Under the current zoning, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
So I need to clarify that. Everybody's tired.
Okay, so to get the 126 units,
You want 126,
you'd
then-
have to take their first recommendation for the comp plan and take the proposed recommendation for the zoning. Is that correct?
Yes,
So
yes.
P and Z's for the first, staff's for the
If
second.
you wanted 126, yes.
Okay. Which, yeah, I get, and that's where I'm going with this compromising, and I'm trying to get there, because I understand both sides. I understand the applicant side and the developer side. I understand the citizen side, and, yeah.
Member Stokel, could I explain that issue with
Yes.
planning and zoning?
Yes, because I would like to hear that too, because,
And correct me, city attorney, if I'm wrong, or Ms. Bisaka. There was a concern, there was going to be two motions made on the comp plan. The second one was never made. But there was a concern that P&Z could not recommend changing the conservation future land use because your comp plan said it had to be in a conservation easement or in future land use conservation. But because you can't attach a condition to a comprehensive plan amendment, they weren't comfortable recommending Res 2 over the entire property because you couldn't attach the conservation element, the conservation easement to the comp plan change. Because you can only attach a condition to rezoning.
Okay.
So, but by approving them at the same time and attaching the conservation easement to the PD ordinance, you've accomplished the same thing. And I've spoken to both your city attorney and your growth management director. But that was their concern. They were, Mr. Sievers was uncomfortable with the fact that you couldn't attach a condition to a comprehensive plan amendment, even though your comprehensive plan policy says you only have to conserve them in conservation if it's 5 acres or more. They just couldn't, he was very technical about it, and I offered the conservation easement. He still wasn't comfortable because there was no condition. So I don't know what the second motion was going to be, but I think it was going to be that if you could attach a condition to the comprehensive plan amendment, he would be fine with the Res 2. Because he actually said at P&Z in March that he was fine with 134 units.
I don't mean to be argumentative. But they never discussed what the total number of units would be under the consensus. And so I can't speak for them to say that. The only thing I can tell you is that in their original motion, they said the proposed rezoning to PD would be inconsistent with the recommendation for CP 1 2018. So they were saying the 143 units. So when they made the recommendation to deny the PD, they specifically said they didn't like 143 units. They talked about the calculation to end up with 126, but they never made a clear motion as to whether they were comfortable with the 126 or the 143. So I think that Ms. Rozenka has an opinion based on her being there. I just don't have one.
And I don't mean to be, I just meant in March 6th of 2019 at the P&Z meeting, Dwight Sieber said he was comfortable with 143 units. That's all I'm saying.
Are you comfortable with 143 units?
Yes, we are comfortable with 143 units. And that's what we're requesting.
Okay.
She done?
I heard you. Okay.
She's over.
Okay, I didn't know she was done.
I'm done for right now.
Thank you.
Okay. Go ahead.
Okay, I need clarification from you. You can stay up here.
Okay.
If we agree to ordinance 23, 2019 as is written, you said in order to get to the 143 that you're looking for, you said we had to add that the wetlands would be in the conservation easement. Is that correct?
That is correct. And that would be as part of the PD approval.
Okay, is that ordinance 23, 2019? Or that's 24, 2019?
Probably
Yep,
24.
yep, you're right. Okay, so as far as 23, 2019, there's no problem with that?
Well, it depends on what you want to accomplish.
Right. I really was putting you in a corner there when I
Right.
said that. Is staff okay with the first one? How's that?
What the comprehensive plan says is that if you're going to take wetlands out of conservation, they should be preserved as part of a PD with a conservation easement. So we find it acceptable to take the entire property and show it as Res 2, as long as the second step happens, which is the PD is approved with the conservation easement.
Okay, that makes it clear.
So I'm trying not to make it conditional, but it's kind of a two-step process.
right.
And without going to that second step, you would not be consistent with the comprehensive.
I understand, for sure. Okay.
Any other questions?
I agree. You said not conditional, but it is. I mean, I think the applicants, if I could speak, has agreed that if it is all Res 2, then those acreage of wetlands will be placed in conservation easement.
Correct.
And if that doesn't happen, that the CPA would go away. So I think you're saying it is conditioned on that conservation easement as part of the PD.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, but wait 1 second, I just want to make sure. So there's nothing that we do tonight that if all the other things aren't met, that would stop it proceeding? I mean, if all the agreements that are in there, which you've gone over, are met, then they can go ahead. If they don't, they can't go ahead.
Correct. Without a conservation easement, the PD would then not be effective. And, excuse me, based on what the attorney has said, that would then mean that we would have to come back to you to say that they did not follow through, so that Res 2 rezoning would then, I'm sorry, the Res 2 future land use change would then not be effective.
Okay. Like everyone else, I'm pretty torn on this whole thing. I'd see both sides of it, certainly. And you've all made a very good argument on things. However, as has been pointed out, the city is growing. I don't want to affect the lagoon, certainly. But it is growing. We do need affordable housing, which is a problem throughout the middle Florida, all over the place. We do need growth in the area. And when you go, I kept hearing about the county. When you go from the county to the city, it is a natural progression that your densities and things are reduced. It happens all the time. It's not the same place you bought, because you're not under the same rules anymore. You're in a city, not in an unincorporated area. So that argument doesn't really. Oh, I understand you people that are not in the city. I'm talking about this development specifically, and I understand your problems, but this is a city problem, as to what we're doing, and the rule about not the rule, the idea that we have to maintain everything the same everywhere as it was 50 years ago or 20 years ago, that's not a real situation. If you're talking about outside the county, outside the city and inside the city. So there's a lot to this, and it's very perplexing. You can see all of us here are very perplexed. But we have to do something. And I said you can make a motion, so.
Are you done with me?
I'm sorry?
Are you done with me?
Oh, yeah.
I think you're done with me, frankly.
All right, Mr. Mayor, I move that ordinance number 23-2019, amending the Code of Ordinance by amending ordinance number 60, 1988, be approved. I don't have to read all of that, do Mr. Attorney?
Your motion, as I heard, was to approve ordinance 23, 2019.
Right.
The question is what conditions, if any, are.
But that's the
And
second
I think
one.
they've agreed that the condition is that the wetlands would be placed in a conservation easement through the PD process.
I thought that was the second, on
Was
the
that-
second.
I mean, if they've agreed to that, she can add.
No, we do agree to that. We just didn't know you could attach that to this ordinance.
I can just tell you that council has in the past.
We're not going to challenge it. We're fine with it.
So I add the conservation easement onto the first one. I thought it had to go to the second one. It does, or it doesn't?
Correct, that it'll be, right, the condition is that you will do it in the second.
Yes, I will do it on the
Are we
second.
doing this in the right order? City Attorney?
Correct. The land use is the first ordinance to be considered, which is ordinance 23, 2019, is the first item to be considered. You will address the rezoning ordinance subsequently.
And the CPA?
This is the CPA.
Okay, all right. Your
So,
motion?
yeah, that was my motion.
Okay,
yes.
do I have a second to the motion? I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? I see none. Roll call vote, please.
Council, I apologize. Can I get clarification on this motion that we're motion to approve 23 as recommended here?
Yeah, exactly.
23.
Okay, thank you very much. Mayor Johnson,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Diesel,
Yes.
Member Stockel,
No.
and Member Jordan.
Yes.
Passes 3 with 1 not voting for it. Let's just say that.
Mr. Mayor?
That's it. It passes.
I know, I want to do the second one.
Huh? Oh, the second one.
So I want to make
Sorry.
sure I'm doing it.
Well, yes, you're right.
Okay, I move that ordinance number 24-2019 be approved with the addition of the conservation easement.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
And we also want to add the language about the buffer to clarify that it's 20 feet on the properties within the development, 50 feet outside of those property lines.
Is that part of your motion?
Yes, it is.
And the cul-de-sac will be shortened.
And
And the
Yes.
other conditions that we included
by
in the staff report.
Right, exactly.
Did I get that? Okay.
That was a lot.
All right. You
That
have a
was my motion.
Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Roll call vote, please.
Before, I'm sorry, I need to ask this question. As far as the trees is concerned, we're having a meeting in July to talk about that. Will this be impacted by whatever we come up with the trees?
I think it's going to depend on whatever grandfathering that council extends when they write, when the ordinance is written.
Okay. Because we want to make sure we maintain as many trees as we possibly can on it. Okay.
Great.
Thank you.
We ready?
Yes, sir.
Anything? No. Okay.
Vice Mayor Diesel,
Yes.
Member Stockel,
No.
Member Jordan,
Yes.
Mayor Johnson.
Yes. Passes 3 to 1. Anything else on this issue? No, thank God.
Okay, Mayor, we're now to new business
Yes, sir.
and item 12A for South Carpenter Estates.
12A is South Carpenter Estates.
Yes, sir. I'll wait just a
Let's
second.
wait. Yeah, it was.
I just love being here. Way past my bedtime, man. Way past it. Okay. All right, that would be good.
Okay, Council, Mayor.
Yes, sir.
South Carpenter Estates is a residential subdivision consisting of 171 single-family homes on 71.8 acres. The development is located north of Fox Lake Road and east of South Carpenter Road. Sketch plat was included with the master plan approval of the planned development rezoning on November 14, 2017. Subsequently, the engineering preliminary plat approval was administratively and permit for construction of the infrastructure was issued on June 18, 2018. Pursuant to Land Development Regulations, Section 34-173, the required exhibits have been provided and the plat and declaration covenants have been reviewed by staff. Staff recommends approval of this final plat for South Carpenter Estates. Ms. Bisak is available to answer
I
anything.
just want to
about-
put on the record, if I could, that the city surveyor has signed the plat as required by statute, and that it is ready to be signed by the mayor after approval from
Yes, ma'am.
council.
I understand. All right, any, let's see, where are we? Any questions of staff and council? I'll open public hearing. Clerk, are there any cards on this?
No, sir.
I'll close the public hearing. Council discussion. See none, close the public hearing. I'll ask for a motion.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we approve the final plat for South Carpenter Estates.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a Motion and a second. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Any opposed, like sign. Passes unanimously.
12B, advisability extension of ordinance number 37, 2018, which established the plant nursery pilot program. Ordinance number 37, 2018 created the plant nursery pilot program, which was adopted August 28, 2018, and will sunset on September 28, 2019, unless otherwise extended by council. The plant place is located at 300 Cheney Highway and has been in operation since September 2018. On occasion, there have been some outdoor storage issues arise that have been resolved quickly before any formal code action was required. Staff is requesting that council provide direction as to how to proceed regarding the extension of the pilot program. We've provided you with 3 options that is part of your packet. Ms. Bisaka is available to answer questions that you may have.
Anybody have any questions for Ms. Busaka, Vice Mayor?
Not so much a question. I guess the first thing I'd like to do is say how bad I feel that you're sitting here for this last few minutes, so thank you for being here. The other thing I want to say kind of to council and all the people that are here, it's always my honor, just this last week, to drive by there, and I live over in that area, so I see you out there all the time. And I will say that from the discussion we had on this, and it seemed like a lot of discussion, not as long as this one, but a lot of discussion. And I would say in my mind, it's been a total success. You have done a big part of making it that success, but I would like to continue the pilot program as is.
I'm going to join you in that. I, too, have been by there. I would recommend that we extend it rather than change anything at this point, because it hasn't been a full year and what a difference a season can make. So, any other, where are we? Any other discussion?
Yeah, I hope I pressed the right thing.
Go ahead,
sure.
you got it.
I drive by there almost every day. It's a nice place, but I do have a concern, and the concern is it's a business. And as a business, it's supposed to have certain facilities there, and it doesn't have it there. So we got to be real careful. You know, I don't mind extending it a little bit, but you don't want to have a lot of these things popping up without the certain facilities that every business is supposed to have. And as a business owner, of course, I want us all to be treated the same way. So that's my only concern about it. It's a nice looking place for sure. So.
Wait 1 second, ma'am.
So anyway, that's my concern.
I agree with you, but if she's doing well and successful, then maybe financing for a small building would be available, which it wouldn't have been without the experience that she has. So, and that's why I advise extending it rather than changing it up to a permanent basis. I have somebody that on council. Vice Mayor?
Yes, and I would say, Member Jordan, that's why it is or was and is a pilot, to see how that all plays out. That was the big part of the discussion. Some of the things that aren't there necessarily, at least not exactly at her place. I know that right next door, they have that at the Keep 'em Running, I think it's called.
Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
Keep 'em Running over there with Mr. Daniels. And again, it gives somebody like her an opportunity to do something she couldn't do if we didn't have this pilot program. However, that's why we call it a pilot, and see how it goes.
I'm going to open the public hearing. I don't know if you put a card in, did you?
I'll put a card in as soon as I'm
Okay,
done.
that'll be
No
fine.
problem. So to
That-
address your concern, that is in my lease, that I have to have access to facilities, which limits my days and my hours of operation to that of Keep them Running, to have access to the facilities. So that's already been fixed, and it's already been addressed, and it's in my lease. So it has already been, I know you weren't here for that. This went on and on and on for 5 months back and forth. But I can tell you that right across Hopkins, there is a strip store there. There is 0 bathroom available to anybody in the public, just so you know. There are 8 businesses there on Hopkins, straight across the street from me, that have 0 access to restrooms. And I know this because one of my customers came back and said, we tried to go to the building across the street at Hopkins and we couldn't find a bathroom. So we're back here, do you have a bathroom? And I said, yes, I have one in the building. Let me show you where it is.
Ma'am?
Yes.
May I
So
caution you? Because somebody else is not
I understand.
going by
But
the
my
rules, that
my
doesn't,
bathroom
ma'am?
issue
Please,
has been taken care of.
please. What you said has no relevance to your situation.
I understand.
They're breaking a rule, perhaps they need to be checked on.
Right.
But it's not relevant to you. I have a question for you.
Sure.
If you don't mind. Do you have any idea of possibly putting in a small building or something as time goes on?
No. Because I
Okay.
have I have no use for a building. There's no use for a building there.
Well, then you aren't complying with the law either, so. It will-
But the two lots
it
are
makes it a
owned by
lot-
the same man,
it-
and
it'll-
I'm renting from,
I know all about it, ma'am. I've heard it the first time, but still, we're trying this and seeing how it works out. It would make it a lot easier if you looked at complying with the ordinance as it is, because everybody else is supposed to be complying with it. But just my opinion at this
Right,
point.
I
We're going to
understand.
extend it for you so you can have a thought.
And I appreciate that, not a problem. The issue is that there's no building needed, and we've gone through other nurseries in the areas that have no facilities and no building in the same, in the same industry that I'm in. That would include Growing Crazy and some other facilities. So Mrs. Busaka brought up some storage issues. I never heard anything about that, so that's a whole new issue to me, so I don't even know what that is. That's never been brought to my attention. I don't know what that is.
Apparently, someone took care of it.
Ma'am, I was told, I think it was a sign that you had put up and you took it down immediately. Code enforcement said you were very cooperative.
I was never approached.
Okay, well,
So,
I got
never
this.
put up a sign.
Okay.
I do have a banner out
A banner,
front.
that's what I
The
meant.
banner is still there. It's not a sign. It's not a permanent sign. It's a banner.
Right. But anyway,
That makes sense.
but my understanding was that any time that you've been an issue's been brought to your attention, or whoever the property owner is, that that it's all been dealt with.
But nothing is.
She's on your side, ma'am.
No, I understand that, but.
You're
but the thing
murdering
is that
all your friends.
the thing is that it's been brought up, and because it's been brought up, I need to address it. And my address is that nothing has ever come to me, so there's never been an issue brought to my
You made the
attention.
point, ma'am.
I'll talk to you tomorrow. I'll get code enforcement to call you so you know exactly what they told me.
Yes, ma'am. They can go ahead and email me. Okay. I'll deal with anything through email.
Is there anything else you'd like to speak
No,
about?
that's it. I appreciate you guys' time. It's not a big deal that I'm here till the middle of the night. I don't care. So it is what it is.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Have a great evening.
Member Jordan, do you have any?
Yeah, I got to say this because, no, you can sit down for sure, but I just want to make sure we understand. First of all, I need to understand how long this pilot program is going to last. I didn't hear an end date.
As written, I believe it was 13 months. That all we're doing tonight is asking for advisability for staff to come back. You will not be voting to extend it tonight. It's
Okay.
just whether or not they want to prepare the ordinance and advertise to come back to you extending it, and then we'll have that discussion.
Right.
Okay.
So originally, it was 6 months. It was extended to a year and 1 month, and with the option of another year. That was the original deal.
Okay. Let me just say this to you so you understand
Yes,
where
sir.
I am. I watched this when I wasn't on council, so I understand the whole scenario here. But you said something, you actually were in better shape in my mind before you started talking, because there was a question that the mayor asked you as far as putting a building up, and you're saying you have no intention of putting
That's
a building up. You telling us that, it just tells me this program is not working, this pilot program is not going to work, because it was an avenue for you to get your business running and then get those amenities that is required by our ordinances. And you're telling us right now that you have no intention of abiding by those ordinances. So this pilot cannot work, in my mind.
Well, unfortunately, in the beginning,
I'm gonna leave it alone.
You have any questions for her?
The question really is that if we extend this, if they come back and ask and want to extend this thing, do you plan to abide by the ordinances that we have, or try to come up to those
I
ordinances?
can't put a building on a piece of
Okay.
property I don't own.
Okay, well, we'll wait on staff to give us a recommendation. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir, thank you. Okay, we need a motion at this point, I think. Wait, I'm sure if I went through all the things here. The clerk called the speakers, there's no cards, no discussion, close the public hearing. I'll accept the motion from somebody.
Staff was just looking for direction whether there's an interest in coming back with an ordinance for you to consider
You don't need a
extending the
motion on
pilot
it?
program. Well, from that advisability, we need
Yeah,
to,
the motion on an advisability to extend it for,
right, whether there's an interest in them
Yes.
bringing that back to you.
yes. Who wants to make a motion? Somebody.
I will move to allow staff to provide advisability for potential extension of ordinance number 37-2018.
I have a motion, I have a second. I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor say yes. Yes. Any opposed, like sign?
No.
Passes with one objection. Next item, sir.
We've got a series of resolutions we're going to read for resolutions of necessity, so we'll start with the city attorney, and I'll introduce him.
City Attorney? Philippe?
Be glad to do that. These are not ordinances, these are resolutions, not necessarily required to be read, but I'd be glad to do that. Just 1 second.
You don't have to read it. He said it wasn't necessary to read it?
Yeah, we can bypass that.
No, I'd be glad to do that. It's not an ordinance title like typically, but I'd be glad to.
We haven't done these in a while, so.
Okay.
Right, what this is on item D is a resolution necessity, staff's position that these properties have created a nuisance, and this before council, whether or not you're going to declare a necessity to remove this condemned and hazardous structure located at 711 Booker Street, Unit A and B, that constitutes a nuisance and a menace to the health and safety of the inhabitants of the city, and if so, setting a public hearing and providing for an effective date. And then, of course, Glenn can explain. So if you pass this resolution of necessity, you will set a hearing date for 6:30, July 23rd, where you determine whether or not to proceed with the demolition. And I'll let Glenn explain that.
And that's correct. That particular building has been on the demolition list since 2005.
Jeez.
And as y'all are aware of, almost all of these but two are actually in the target area, the NICE program. And we've got them all set, ready to go. We've actually went back out as of last week and even replacarded all of the structures themselves. And we're looking for the advisability to go forward with each one of these resolutions. Now, I'd be happy to discuss any one of them in particular.
Correct. We'll take them one at a time.
Oh, we have to take them one at a time?
Yes, we'll address them one at a time.
Yeah, I'll explain. Let's go through the process here. Cut it a little bit short. There's obviously nobody from the public that's going to want to hear this. So I'm going to open and close the public hearing. There's no
Correct. I just
cards.
want, Mayor, if I could just point out, because it wasn't read, in the report to council under the summary explanation, the staff's position that this structure, 711 Booker Street, Unit A and B, is abandoned, vacant, in disrepair since September 13th of 2010, and is a continuing code violation. The structure, according to Code Board and Building Department, is non-inhabitable and unsafe, as the roof and its substructures is a danger. The structure has been a menace to the public health, harboring vagrants and creating other public health and safety problems. The city has previously initiated code enforcement action against the property. However, the property owner has not brought the property into compliance. The most effective method of attempting to eliminate the structure is by city proceeding with demolition and placing a lien upon the property. This is what is stated in the report to council from staff, and I believe they've also attached a picture of that as staff.
Yes,
your
sir.
consideration.
Yeah, picture for each one.
Okay. Is there any further council questions or discussion? I see none. Close the public hearing. In order to expedite this, I would suggest that one person make all of the, well, first let me say that I understand that we have enough money to do, or will have enough money to do all of these. Is
Yes,
that
sir, that's correct. Mid-year.
So we're going to deal with each one of these things.
Yep.
I think all you have to do, what you have to do, I shouldn't say, all you have to do, is read the, approve the resolution part of it, to proceed with resolution for each item. Because this is a resolution, it takes a roll call. So I suggest one person do that, somebody else second, and we'll go right to a roll call.
All right, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
I move to approve resolution number 27-2019 to proceed with a resolution of necessity.
Let's start with the 19-2019 is the resolution we're on. We're on,
27 was.
yeah, okay.
That's the one I was doing.
I agree. I don't know what the
You're
question was.
killing me here. Okay.
It was changed.
It was changed, okay. Okay, approve resolution number 27-2019 to proceed with a resolution of necessity for a 711 Booker Street, Unit A and B. Approve resolution number 2020.
No, we got to do each one
together?
separately.
Okay, all right.
I'll accept a, no,
Need
there's
a
no
second.
motion. It's,
That was my motion, need a second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say.
No, roll call vote.
Oh, roll call vote, that's.
Member Stockel?
Yes.
Member Jordan?
Yes.
Mayor Johnson?
Yes,
Vice Mayor Diesel?
yes, now we do that again.
Okay, the next one, the property located at 511 Canaveral Avenue has been abandoned, vacant, and in disrepair since October 26, 2007, and continuing to be a code violation. The structure, according to Code Board and the Building Department, it's non-inhabitable and unsafe as the roof and substructure is in danger. The structure has been a menace to the public, harboring vagrants and creating other public health and safety problems. The city has previously initiated code enforcement action against the property. However, the property owner has not brought the property into compliance. The most effective method of attempting to eliminate the structure is by city proceeding to demo and place a lien on the property.
Any more discussion from council? I'll accept no, it's a roll call vote.
I have to make a motion. Mr. Mayor, I move to approve resolution number 2019 to proceed with the resolution of necessity for 511 Canaveral Avenue.
All right, roll call vote, please.
Need a second?
Second.
Oh, it is very late.
Yes.
Very late.
Member Jordan?
Yes.
Mayor Johnson?
Yes,
Vice Mayor Diesel?
Yes.
Member Stockel?
Next, item 12F, the property located at 1229 First Avenue has been abandoned, vacant, and disrepair since May 6, 2008, and continuing to be a code violation. The structure, according to Code Board and the Building Department, it's uninhabitable, unsafe, and roof and substructure is in danger. The structure has been a menace to the public, harboring vagrants and creating other public health and safety problems. The city has previously initiated code enforcement action against the property. However, the property owner has not brought the property into compliance. The most effective method to attempt to eliminate the structure is for the city to proceed with demolition and place a lien on the property.
any council discussion? We see none. I'll accept the motion.
Mr. Mayor, I move to approve resolution number 21-2019 to proceed with the resolution of necessity for 1229 First Avenue.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those, roll call vote.
Mayor Johnson?
Yes,
Vice Mayor Diesel?
Yes.
Member Stockel? Yes. Member Jordan?
Yes.
Item 12G, the property located at 508 Lucky has been abandoned, vacant, and disrepair since July 25, 2008, and continuing to be a code violation. The structure, according to the Code Board and the Building Department, is uninhabitable, unsafe, and the roof and its substructure is in danger. The structure has been a menace to the public health, harboring vagrants and creating other public health and safety problems. The city has previously initiated code enforcement action against the property. However, the property owner has not brought the property into compliance. The most effective method of attempting to eliminate the structure is by the city proceeding with demolition and placing a lien on the property.
Any council discussion? I see none. I'll accept the motion in a second.
Mr. Mayor, I move to approve resolution number 22-2019 to proceed with a resolution of necessity for 508 Lucky Street.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Mayor Johnson,
Yes?
Vice Mayor Diesel.
Yes.
Member Stockel,
Yes.
Member Jordan.
Yes.
Agenda item 12H, the property located at 144 Roosevelt Street has been abandoned, vacant, and disrepair since January 18, 2017, and continuing to be a code violation. The structure, according to Code Board and the Building Department, it's uninhabitable, unsafe, and the roof and substructure is in danger. The structure has been a menace to public health, harboring vagrants and creating other public health and safety problems. The city has previously initiated code enforcement action against the property. However, the property owner has not brought the property into compliance. The most effective method of attempting to eliminate the structure is by the city proceeding with demolition and placing a lien on the property.
Any council discussion? I see none. I'll accept the motion.
Mr. Mayor, I move to approve resolution number 23-2019 to proceed with a resolution of necessity for 144 Roosevelt Street.
Second, do I have a second? Second. I have a motion and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Vice Mayor Diesel.
Yes.
Member Stockel,
Yes.
Member Jordan,
Yes.
Mayor Johnson.
Yes.
And we're on the final one, 12I. And before we get there, Glenn, I'd like to thank you for staying here till 11:30 at night with us to answer any questions the council may have. But we do appreciate everything that you do for us.
Did you know that we had this much fun every Tuesday, every other Tuesday night?
Actually, I do watch each
Ooh, get a life, man.
But thanks for everything that you do, Glenn, because we're making great progress by getting these
Yes, thank
structures
you.
removed. Item 12I, the property located at 192 Roosevelt Street has been abandoned, vacant, and in disrepair since December 12, 2011, and continuing to be a code violation. The structure, according to the Code Board, Building Department, it's uninhabitable, unsafe, and the roof and its substructure is in danger. The structure has been a menace to public health, harboring vagrants and creating other public health and safety problems. The city has previously initiated code enforcement action against the property. However, the property owner has not brought the property into compliance. The most effective method of attempting to eliminate the structure is by the city proceeding with demolition and placing a lien on the property.
Any council discussion? I see none. I'll accept the motion.
Mr. Mayor, I move to approve resolution number 24-2019 to proceed with a resolution of necessity for 192 Roosevelt Street.
Can I have a second? I heard a squeak.
Who did that?
I have a motion and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Member Stockel,
Yes.
Member Jordan,
Yes.
Mayor Johnson,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Diesel.
Yes.
Happy days.
Happy days.
Petitions and requests. There's no public, so I guess there's no petitions and requests. Mayor and council report. You have my written report. Does council have any reports they would like to make? I see none. City managers report.
Believe it or not, I've got an action item.
Throw something at him, will you?
I apologize, but staff has received a letter from Florida League of Cities requesting each member city nominate one official to serve as a voting delegate at the annual Florida League of City Conference to be held at the World Center, Marriott, Orlando, Florida, August 15 through 17. This letter and designation is included in your agenda packet. Staff requests council select one member to serve as the city's representative for this conference. We've done that. It's Member Stokel. So we'll just need your approval to nominate her to be a delegate.
Okay.
A voting delegate.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we approve Ms. City Council Stokel to be our voting delegate at this conference.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
So what if I don't second it? What happens?
I'll pass the gavel and second it. That's what happens. I know how to play this game too, you know.
We can debate it if you want, you know. Go to the
No, I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
One information item that will create a action item, hopefully, in response to recent City Council discussions to recognize former County Commissioner Robin Fisher's efforts at redeveloping Miracle City Mall, staff has reached out to Titus Landing Mall owners regarding naming a roadway walkway after Commissioner Fisher. As an alternate plan, the owners have suggested placing a remembrance plaque at the entranceway column similar to the existing plaque commemorating, it's really late, the Carantino families for assistance in developing the mall. We've provided pictures to you. Just to further add on, the mall owners they weren't real interested in naming a road because there are no named roads on the property, and they felt that that would create confusion, but they're honored to recognize Mr. Fisher, Commissioner Fisher's, for his efforts through a recognition plaque.
Comment on that?
Yes, sir.
And I started off with the road and all that stuff, and I will say, having talked to Commissioner Fisher, Robin, I think that he too would find this to be better. And in our discussion, City Manager, I think it's going to get more visibility without coming across as forward. I just think it's a win-win all the way around, and it's exactly where it needs to be.
I would concur with that. It's a very nice plaque if that's the one we see as representative, and I think it's a classier situation.
So with that, one further, I keep saying one more thing. I think it's appropriate for the city to pay for the plaque, and so I'll make arrangements with the Titus Landing to get a similar plaque, but I think it's our responsibility.
Do you need a motion on this? Or
No, sir, just consensus.
We have consensus? We have consensus.
Yes, sir. And last,
I love that word.
One more thing.
as everybody knows, council goes into recess until after the 4th of July holiday. We hope that from staff to you that you have an enjoyable recess. It's also enjoyable for you that we don't have to prepare for another council meeting at the end of June, but we hope you enjoy that, and look forward to seeing you at the 4th of July celebration at Sandpoint Park. And then we've listed other workshops and budget workshops that are coming up in the summer months for you.
Very good. Thank you, sir. Any other comments for the good of the order at this point? If not, I'll declare this meeting adjourned.
Yay.